What is joy? Feelgood Pleasure Lovejoy Copyright March 2025 Contents Introduction Why joy? The essence of joy is the ultimate goal and purpose. The myth of external happiness. How joy differs from fleeting pleasure or external success. Why this book? A personal journey into discovering joy's true nature. Chapter 1, What is joy? Defining joy beyond emotions, a state of being, a force, a homecoming. How joy differs from happiness, pleasure, and contentment. Is joy universal or individual? Chapter 2, What does joy look like? Real-world examples, people, places, and states of being filled with joy. How joy radiates physically, emotionally, and energetically. The signs of true joy versus fake or temporary highs. Chapter 3, How does joy feel? Describing joy on a physical, mental, and spiritual level. How it changes perception, time, and the way we experience life. The sensation of joy versus the absence of suffering. Chapter 4, Who can access joy? Is joy an innate right or something earned? Can everyone reach joy, or are some destined for less? Breaking myths. Joy isn't just for the privileged, lucky, or enlightened. Chapter 5, The conditions where joy grows. The inner and outer environments that foster joy. Practices and mindsets that cultivate it. Removing barriers. What blocks joy from growing? Chapter 6, Why does joy show up? The triggers of joy, both external and internal. Unexpected moments of joy, why it can appear even in hardship. Joy is a natural state that seeks to return. Chapter 7, Why does joy come back if it was gone? The resilience of joy, why it's never truly lost. How suffering, loss, or darkness can lead to deeper joy. The cycle of return, joy's ability to regenerate. Chapter 8, Why joy is the most important thing. All paths lead to joy, every goal, desire, and purpose ultimately seeks it. Joy is the core of meaning, fulfillment, and love. If you chase joy directly, do you win life? Chapter 9, The people with the most joy. Historical, spiritual, and everyday examples of the most joyful people. What they have in common. What can be learned from them? Chapter 10, What makes joy grow in someone's life? Key habits, mindsets, and choices that expand joy. The balance between letting joy happen versus cultivating it. Long-term joy versus short-term bursts. Chapter 11, The biggest key factors to joy. The essential ingredients of a joy-filled life. The role of love, purpose, and inner alignment. Joy is a practice, a homecoming, and a choice. Conclusion. What would life be like if joy was the default? The call to action, making joy a living reality. Final reflections. Joy is the foundation of everything. Introduction. Why joy? The essence of joy is the ultimate goal and purpose. Joy is the foundation of all things. Every action, every desire, and every dream ultimately traces back to it. People may chase love, success, comfort, or meaning, but beneath every pursuit is the same silent longing to feel joy. Even suffering, when examined closely, is often an attempt to reclaim joy, to return to a state where life feels whole and vibrant. But what is joy? It is more than happiness, which comes and goes with circumstances. It is deeper than pleasure, which can be fleeting and dependent on external factors. Joy is a state of being, a constant, an essence, a truth that exists beyond conditions. It is what remains when everything else is stripped away, the light that cannot be extinguished. Joy is not just an emotion, it is a way of existing. It is the unshakable knowing that life, at its core, is good. It is the feeling of being in alignment, of recognizing oneself as part of something vast, beautiful, and right. It is why children laugh with ease, why nature moves in perfect rhythm, why even in the darkest times, a single moment of joy can be enough to pull someone through. If joy is this powerful, why does it seem so elusive? Many people live as if joy is a reward, something to be earned after hard work or after enough suffering. But this is a falsehood. Joy is not the destination, it is the path. It does not wait for permission, it is always available, always present. The only question is whether we allow ourselves to see it. This book is about joy not just as an idea, but as a reality. It is an exploration of where joy comes from, what makes it grow, and how to reclaim it when it seems lost. It is a map back to the one thing that has always mattered most. Because in the end, joy is not just important, it is everything. The myth of external happiness, how joy differs from fleeting pleasure or external success. Many people spend their lives chasing happiness, believing it lies just beyond the next achievement, the next relationship, or the next possession. This is the great illusion, the idea that happiness is something external, something that can be gained, bought, or accomplished. External happiness is fragile. It is tied to circumstances, to things outside of ourselves, money, recognition, social approval, or even temporary pleasures like food, entertainment, or distraction. These things may bring moments of happiness, but they do not last. The vacation ends, the applause fades, the new car becomes old. The thrill of success is always followed by the hunger for more. Joy, on the other hand, is unshakable. It is not dependent on external conditions. It is something that exists within, an inner state that does not rise and fall with the tides of life. A person can have everything the world calls success and still feel empty. Likewise, someone can have very little and radiate joy. This is because joy does not come from what we have, it comes from what we are. Pleasure is momentary. It is a high that fades, often leaving behind a craving for the next fix. But joy is different. It is not a spike in emotion, it is a steady presence, a foundation that remains even in the face of difficulties. Joy is not about escaping reality, it is about embracing it fully, knowing that no matter what happens, life is still beautiful. The myth of external happiness keeps people trapped in cycles of longing and disappointment. It tells them, once you get this, you'll finally be happy. But there is always another this, another milestone, another goalpost that keeps moving. Joy does not play that game. Joy is already here. It does not need a reason, it simply is. True freedom comes when we stop seeking happiness outside ourselves and start discovering the joy that has been within us all along. Why this book? A personal journey into discovering joy's true nature. This book exists because I've lived it, the search for joy, the misunderstanding of what it really is, and the eventual discovery that it is not something to be chased but something to be embraced. For much of my life, I looked for joy in the wrong places. I thought it lay in external successes, in accolades, in fleeting pleasures, or in the approval of others. But after years of searching, I realized that no matter what I achieved or how much I gathered, something was still missing. My heart knew there had to be something more, something deeper, something more enduring than the highs and lows I kept riding. I turned inward. I learned that joy wasn't something I could earn or find in the world, it was always within me, waiting to be recognized. Through a journey of self-discovery, personal growth, and painful lessons, I began to understand that joy is not a destination, but a way of being. It is the natural state of the soul, not a temporary feeling to be chased. This book is a reflection of that journey. It's a personal exploration of joy's true nature, what it is, where it comes from, and how to cultivate it in everyday life. It is not just a theory or philosophy, it is a practical guide for anyone who wants to stop chasing joy and start living it. I've walked through struggles, through times of darkness, and through moments of doubt, and I can tell you this, joy always finds its way back. Even in the deepest suffering, joy remains a possibility. But it requires a shift in perspective, a deep understanding of what joy truly is and how we can allow it to fill our lives. I wrote this book because I want to share what I've learned, so that you can experience joy as I have, not as a fleeting moment, but as a constant companion, always accessible, always within reach. Chapter 1, What is Joy? Defining joy beyond emotions, a state of being, a force, a homecoming. Joy is often mistaken for an emotion, something that fluctuates based on external circumstances. But to define joy as merely an emotion is to miss its true essence. While emotions are temporary and conditional, joy is a state of being, a way of existing that transcends fleeting feelings. Joy is not something you feel in the usual sense. It is an inner alignment, a deep knowing that life is inherently good, no matter the outward conditions. It is the recognition of your connection to everything, a steady undercurrent that persists even in difficult times. This is why joy is not dependent on external achievements or pleasure. It is always within, waiting to be recognized. Think of joy as a force, a magnetic energy that draws you closer to your truest self. When you are in harmony with joy, the world shifts. You see beauty in the mundane, and even life's challenges become opportunities for growth. Joy is not something to be chased, it is a natural state that emerges when we allow ourselves to be fully present with life, just as it is. Ultimately, joy is a homecoming. It is a return to the essence of who you truly are, beyond the layers of external conditioning and self-doubt. It is the recognition that joy is not something you need to attain, it's always been there, quietly waiting for you to remember it. This is why joy can feel so deeply familiar, like coming home to a place you've always belonged. Joy is the natural state of the soul. When we reconnect with it, we begin to experience life in its fullest expression, alive, vibrant, and filled with endless possibilities. How joy differs from happiness, pleasure, and contentment. While joy is often intertwined with emotions like happiness, pleasure, and contentment, it is distinct in several crucial ways. To fully understand joy, we must distinguish it from these other states that we often think of as similar, yet they are all different in their depth, permanence, and nature. Joy versus happiness. Happiness is often seen as the pursuit of positive feelings, an emotional state that arises from external circumstances. You can be happy because of a new achievement, a pleasant interaction, or a fleeting experience. However, happiness is temporary, dependent on situations and people, and can quickly dissipate once those external factors change. Joy, on the other hand, is not tied to external circumstances. It is a deeper, more stable state of being that exists within, regardless of what's happening outside. While happiness comes and goes like the weather, joy is the sunlight that can shine through even on cloudy days. Joy versus pleasure. Pleasure is a sensory experience, typically tied to satisfying physical desires, food, comfort, sex, entertainment, etc. It's about seeking something external to fill a momentary craving or desire. Pleasure can bring immediate gratification, but like happiness, it is fleeting and depends on conditions being right. Joy, however, is not something you seek outside of yourself, it comes from within. While pleasure is situational and temporary, joy is a continuous undercurrent that persists beyond the highs and lows of sensory experiences. It's not about getting more, it's about recognizing and embracing what is already present. Joy versus contentment. Contentment is the state of being satisfied with what you have and where you are, but it doesn't necessarily imply the same depth of fulfillment as joy. You can be content and still feel a sense of something missing, as though life could be better or more fulfilling in some way. Joy, on the other hand, is a sense of wholeness and complete alignment. It's not about settling for what is, it's about fully embracing what is and knowing that everything, at its core, is already perfect. While contentment can feel comfortable, joy is dynamic. It moves through you and expands your experience of life in a way that contentment often doesn't. The deep difference at its core, joy is expansive, while happiness, pleasure, and contentment are often more contained. Joy is a state of being, an energy that flows through every part of your life. Happiness, pleasure, and contentment may come and go, but joy is always present, beneath the surface, waiting to be noticed. It is more than a temporary emotion or satisfaction. It is a force, a truth that exists beyond feelings and external validation. When you connect with joy, you realize it is not something that needs to be earned or found. It simply is, always accessible when you choose to tap into it. Is joy universal or individual? The question of whether joy is universal or individual touches on a deeper exploration of its nature and how it interacts with both the collective and personal experience. Is joy something we all share as humans, or is it a deeply personal, individual experience? To answer this, we must consider both perspectives: how joy connects us as one and how it can be uniquely felt by each individual. Joy is universal at its essence. Joy is a universal force. It transcends culture, race, age, and even individual circumstances. It is the thread that binds us all together, a reminder that beneath our differences, we share a common human experience. When we are aligned with joy, we tap into something greater than ourselves, an energy that connects us to everything around us. This is why we can feel joy when we witness the beauty of nature, when we hear music that resonates with our soul, or when we see another person experiencing a moment of profound happiness. Universal joy is what allows us to recognize the light in others, to feel compassion for those who are suffering, and to find shared meaning in the world. It is an energy that transcends personal experience and connects us to the collective experience of being human. In this sense, joy is a force that is not limited by individual boundaries. It's a deep, shared truth that runs through all of life. Joy is individual while joy is universal in its essence. How it is experienced and expressed is deeply individual. Each person has their unique way of connecting with joy, shaped by their personality, life experiences, and personal understanding of what joy means. What brings one person joy may not bring the same joy to someone else. For some, joy may be found in solitude, in quiet reflection or meditation. For others, it may come from social connection, excitement, or creative expression. Joy is a deeply personal experience because it reflects the individual's alignment with their true self. It's not about fitting into a prescribed idea of joy, but rather recognizing the unique ways in which joy resonates with you, personally. For example, one person might find joy in climbing mountains, while another finds joy in helping others. These individual expressions of joy are both valid and important, as they represent a deeper truth of who we are at our core. The balance between universal and individual joy: in many ways, joy is both universal and individual. It connects us as humans, reminding us of our shared capacity for happiness, peace, and love. At the same time, it is deeply personal, reflecting our unique paths and experiences. Universal joy is the foundation, the unshakable truth that exists within everyone. Individual joy is how this truth manifests uniquely for each person, in ways that feel authentic and fulfilling. We can think of joy like the sky. It is the same sky for all, yet we each see and experience it in our own way. The sun shines on all of us, but how we feel its warmth, how we respond to its light, and how we share that light with the world is uniquely ours. Joy is the sky that holds us all, and how we experience it is as unique as the clouds in each person's life. Chapter 2: What does joy look like? Real-world examples: people, places, and states of being filled with joy. Joy is often seen as a feeling or an abstract concept, but it also has a tangible presence in the world around us. While joy cannot be captured in a single image, it reveals itself through people, places, and the way we show up in the world. In this chapter, we explore what joy looks like when it manifests in real-life examples through the energy of people, the environment of places, and the expressions of states of being that radiate joy. People filled with joy: the clearest manifestation of joy is in the way people carry themselves. When someone is filled with joy, their energy is palpable, and it's often contagious. You can see it in their smile, the warmth in their eyes, and the ease with which they engage with the world. Take, for example, a child playing freely in a park, unburdened, fully present, and radiant with the simple pleasure of being alive. There is no agenda, no concern about the future or past, there is just pure joy in the moment. This innocence and authenticity are often the truest forms of joy, untainted by life's complexities. Consider someone who has experienced hardship, yet still exudes joy despite their struggles. Think of Nelson Mandela, who endured 27 years in prison, yet upon his release, he carried an aura of peace and joy that inspired millions. His joy was not one of superficial happiness, but a deep, grounded joy born from forgiveness, resilience, and alignment with his purpose. This kind of joy comes from an internal alignment with truth and a deep connection to the soul's purpose. Joy can also be found in everyday moments. Imagine a parent laughing with their child, or a person helping a stranger without expecting anything in return. These acts of kindness and connection are reflections of joy, as they emerge from a place of love, selflessness, and gratitude. Places filled with joy. Joy is not confined to individuals, it can also be felt in the places we inhabit. There are certain locations that seem to hold a unique energy, a sense of peace, aliveness, and vibrancy. These places resonate with the presence of joy, and when we step into them, we can feel our own joy rising in response. For example, consider the feeling of walking through a forest, surrounded by the sounds of birds and the rustle of leaves. The natural world has a powerful ability to induce joy. The beauty of a sunset, the quiet hum of a river, or the majesty of a mountain all speak to the soul's deep connection to nature's rhythms. There is something inherently joyful about being in harmony with the earth, feeling its grounding energy. There are also places filled with human energy that radiate joy: community gatherings, celebrations, and events where people come together in unity. Think of a joyful festival, a wedding celebration, or a concert where the collective energy is vibrant and uplifting. The energy of shared joy, when it reverberates through a group of people, amplifies itself and creates an atmosphere that is electric with life. States of being filled with joy. Joy is not just about external expressions or specific events, it's also a state of being that can permeate every aspect of our lives. When someone is in a state of joy, it is not just a momentary emotion but a way of living. Joy becomes their default state, a natural way of being that is rooted in self-awareness, peace, and presence. Consider someone who practices mindfulness or meditation. In moments of stillness, when they are fully present and connected to the moment, joy arises effortlessly. This kind of joy is not tied to anything external, it's a recognition of the inner peace that exists within. It's the joy that comes from surrendering to the present moment, from being fully alive in the here and now. Joy also appears when we align with our passions and purpose. Think of an artist immersed in their craft, a musician playing their instrument, or a writer lost in the flow of words. When we are doing what we love, when we are in alignment with our purpose, joy fills the space around us. It is an energy that comes alive in the act of creation, in moments of deep connection with our true selves. Even in challenging times, joy can appear as a state of resilience when a person moves through difficulty with grace, knowing that the storm will pass. It is the joy that comes from knowing that life is ever-changing, and that within every hardship, there is an opportunity for growth and renewal. The many faces of joy. Joy is not a one-size-fits-all experience. It is as unique as the individuals who experience it, as diverse as the places we inhabit, and as varied as the states of being we embrace. It may look like laughter, peace, creativity, or connection, but at its core, it is the presence of alignment when the individual is in harmony with their true self, the world around them, and the energy of life itself. In this chapter, we've seen that joy has many faces. Sometimes it's an exuberant burst of energy, other times a quiet inner peace. It can be experienced in the vibrant energy of people and places, and it can arise from the simple act of being fully present in the moment. Joy is everywhere, waiting to be noticed, celebrated, and shared. How joy radiates physically, emotionally, and energetically. Joy is not just a fleeting emotion or abstract feeling, it has a tangible presence that radiates through every aspect of our being physically, emotionally, and energetically. When we experience true joy, it moves through us and emanates outward, touching everything around us. This chapter explores how joy expresses itself in these three dimensions and how we can notice its impact on our whole self. Physical radiance of joy. When joy enters the body, it becomes an undeniable presence. Physically, joy manifests in a variety of ways, some subtle and others more apparent. It can be seen in the way our posture shifts, the way we hold ourselves, and the way our body moves. One of the most obvious physical signs of joy is the smile. A genuine smile that reaches the eyes, the kind of smile that cannot be forced, is one of the clearest ways joy expresses itself. The body relaxes, the face lights up, and the eyes sparkle with warmth and light. This is often what we notice in others when they are experiencing true joy, an open, relaxed, and expansive energy radiating through their physical being. Joy can also impact how we carry ourselves. Someone in a state of joy will often walk with a lightness, almost as if they are floating or gliding. Their movements become fluid and effortless, free from tension or stiffness. The body feels lighter, as though unburdened by the weight of stress or negativity. The heart rate may even slow, breathing deepens, and the body feels more relaxed, open, and energized. There's also a physical energy boost that comes with joy. It's not the kind of energy that comes from a stimulant or quick fix, but a pure, vibrant aliveness that emerges from within. This can make the person feel more awake, more engaged with life, and more in touch with their surroundings. It's the kind of energy that makes someone feel invigorated and alive, able to engage with the world with enthusiasm and zest. Emotional radiance of joy. Emotionally, joy is a state of expansiveness. It's the feeling of being fully aligned with who you are, of having an open heart and mind. When joy is present emotionally, it lifts us beyond temporary mood fluctuations and anchors us in a deeper sense of fulfillment and peace. It's more than happiness or excitement, it's a feeling of being deeply connected to both ourselves and the world around us. Emotionally, joy feels like a warmth that fills the heart, a sense of deep satisfaction that comes from within. It's an inner knowing that everything is exactly as it should be, and that we are in harmony with the flow of life. When joy radiates emotionally, it feels like the heart is open and full, and it brings a sense of peace and contentment. There is no need for external validation, as joy springs from a place of self-acceptance and inner alignment. Another emotional quality of joy is its ability to shift our perception. In a state of joy, we are better able to see beauty and potential in the world around us. We feel gratitude for the simple things, a deep appreciation for the present moment, and a sense of connection to others. Joy helps us see life in its fullness, allowing us to experience even the most mundane moments as sacred and meaningful. Joy also has the power to transform difficult emotions. In the face of stress, sadness, or fear, joy can serve as a powerful antidote. It doesn't erase difficult emotions, but it creates space for them to exist without consuming us. Joy allows us to embrace life's challenges with a sense of lightness and resilience, offering a sense of hope that the storm will pass and brighter days will come. Energetic radiance of joy. Energetically, joy is a force that radiates outward, affecting the people and environment around us. It's an energetic vibration that is contagious and can uplift others, even without words or actions. When we are in a state of joy, our energetic field expands, and we emit a frequency that resonates with positivity, love, and peace. People who are filled with joy often find that others are drawn to them. There's an invisible magnetic pull that attracts those who are in need of that energy. This happens because joy has a high frequency, one that naturally lifts others and creates a sense of warmth, connection, and unity. It's why we often say that joy is contagious when we experience it. We share it simply by being in the presence of others. Energetically, joy is like a radiant light that shines through us and around us. It creates an environment of ease, where the usual walls we put up in our interactions begin to dissolve. It opens us to connection, making us more approachable, more present, and more attuned to the needs of others. In the presence of someone radiating joy, the energy in the room shifts, and it can elevate the mood of everyone there, often without anyone even realizing it. On a deeper level, joy aligns us with the flow of life, helping us feel more in tune with our surroundings and the world around us. This energetic flow allows us to move with grace and ease, rather than resistance or friction. When we are in alignment with joy, we tap into an energetic current that guides us and supports us, allowing us to navigate life's challenges with less effort and more trust. The ripple effect of joy. Joy does not stop at the individual, it spreads outward, rippling through relationships, communities, and even the world at large. When we radiate joy physically, emotionally, and energetically, we become a source of inspiration and transformation for those around us. This is the true power of joy. It doesn't just change how we feel, it changes the world we live in. By embodying joy, we become beacons of light, showing others what is possible when we live in alignment with our deepest selves. Our joy becomes a gift that keeps on giving, touching lives, raising vibrations, and contributing to a more harmonious world. The signs of true joy versus fake or temporary highs. While joy is a deeply rooted and lasting state, it is often confused with fleeting pleasures or temporary highs. These experiences may feel similar in the moment, but they lack the depth, sustainability, and true fulfillment that joy brings. Understanding the difference between true joy and temporary highs is essential for cultivating a life that is genuinely aligned with our deepest purpose and inner well-being. In this chapter, we'll explore the signs of true joy and contrast them with the markers of fake or temporary highs, so we can more clearly discern the difference and make choices that lead us toward lasting fulfillment. True joy, deep, lasting, and nourishing true joy is not merely a reaction to external circumstances or a temporary escape from discomfort. It is an internal state of being that arises from alignment with one's true self and the world around us. True joy is resilient, and it does not depend on external validation or momentary experiences. Here are the signs of true joy. 1. Inner peace and contentment. True joy brings a sense of peace and contentment, regardless of external circumstances. It's not about feeling constantly euphoric or on top of the world, but about a deeper sense of satisfaction and alignment with one's purpose. This peace allows you to feel at ease with yourself and your place in the world. Even in moments of difficulty, true joy provides a foundation of calmness and a sense that everything is unfolding as it should. 2. Emotional stability. Joy is not a volatile emotion that rises and falls with every external event. True joy is steady, even when life brings challenges. While it can be expressed in moments of excitement or celebration, its foundation is emotional resilience. People who experience true joy are able to navigate the ups and downs of life with grace, without being swept away by negative emotions. This emotional balance comes from a deep connection to one's inner self and an understanding that life's ebbs and flows are part of the human experience. 3. A sense of wholeness. True joy feels complete. It doesn't come from needing something or someone outside of ourselves. Rather, it is born from an inner recognition that we are whole and enough as we are. This sense of wholeness comes from aligning with our authentic selves, knowing that we are loved and worthy just as we are, not because of what we achieve or acquire. People in a state of true joy often feel grounded and centered, free from the pressure to seek validation or external affirmation. 4. Fulfillment and meaning. True joy is inherently tied to purpose and meaning. It arises when we are in alignment with our values and living in a way that reflects our deepest truths. This fulfillment doesn't come from temporary achievements or external rewards, rather, it is rooted in the satisfaction of knowing that we are contributing to the world in ways that align with our highest potential. True joy is a quiet, powerful satisfaction that comes from being fully ourselves and living with intention. 5. Selfless compassion and connection. When joy is authentic, it naturally extends to others. People who experience true joy radiate warmth, kindness, and compassion, often without expecting anything in return. True joy enhances our ability to connect with others and fosters a sense of unity and love. It is not self-centered but rather expansive, as it seeks to uplift and support those around us. Joy that is rooted in selflessness leads to meaningful relationships and deeper bonds with others. 6. Sustainable energy and vitality. True joy energizes the body, mind, and spirit in a sustainable way. Unlike temporary highs, which may leave us feeling drained or empty afterward, true joy creates a lasting sense of vitality and enthusiasm for life. It nourishes us from the inside out, providing a source of enduring energy that helps us move through life with a sense of purpose and zest. It is an energy that arises from a deep connection to life itself, not a quick fix or external stimulant. Fake or temporary highs, short-term and unstable. On the other hand, fake or temporary highs often arise from external factors or superficial pleasures that provide a fleeting sense of satisfaction. These experiences are typically short-lived and fail to offer any lasting fulfillment. Here are the signs of fake or temporary highs. 1. Short-lived satisfaction. Fake highs are typically brief and unsustainable. While they may bring moments of excitement, pleasure, or euphoria, they quickly fade, leaving a sense of emptiness or longing. These highs often arise from external stimuli, such as material possessions, food, substances, or social validation. They provide an instant boost but leave a sense of dissatisfaction once the novelty wears off. The feeling that something is always missing, or the constant chase for the next high, is a telltale sign of a temporary high. To emotional turmoil and instability. Unlike true joy, temporary highs tend to be emotionally unstable. They are often driven by the need for external validation or momentary pleasures, and as such, they can create emotional highs and lows. For example, after a moment of excitement or indulgence, there may be a subsequent crash or feeling of emptiness. People who rely on external pleasures for happiness may find themselves swinging between euphoric highs and deep lows, with little emotional balance in between. 3. Dependence on external factors. Temporary highs are highly dependent on external circumstances or stimuli. Whether it's a shopping spree, a night out, or social media validation, these highs rely on something outside of ourselves to trigger a temporary feeling of joy. The problem with this is that external factors are fleeting, unpredictable, and often out of our control. As a result, we can become dependent on these external sources of pleasure to feel good, which ultimately leads to a cycle of chasing temporary highs. 4. Disconnection or unfulfilled desire. Fake or temporary highs can leave us feeling disconnected or unfulfilled once they fade. The initial excitement of a momentary pleasure can create a false sense of happiness, but it doesn't address the deeper emotional or spiritual needs that we may have. People may find themselves seeking more of the same external experiences, never feeling truly satisfied or content. This sense of disconnection can also manifest as a feeling of wanting more or a lack of fulfillment, even when external desires are met. 5. Self-centeredness. Temporary highs often revolve around self-gratification or seeking pleasure for its own sake. Whether it's indulgence in food, substances, or materialism, these highs are often rooted in self-interest rather than a genuine desire to connect or contribute. People in pursuit of fake highs may feel a sense of temporary pleasure but may struggle to find meaning or purpose in their lives. Their sense of joy tends to be limited to their own desires and can lead to feelings of isolation or dissatisfaction. 6. Draining energy. While true joy provides sustainable energy and vitality, fake highs often leave us feeling drained or exhausted afterward. The pursuit of temporary pleasure can be depleting, both physically and emotionally. For example, after an indulgent experience, we might feel tired, sluggish, or even guilty. These highs don't replenish us or nourish our well-being, rather, they often require more external stimulation to keep the cycle going. Distinguishing true joy from temporary highs. The key difference between true joy and fake or temporary highs lies in the depth, sustainability, and fulfillment they provide. True joy is rooted in a deep connection to ourselves, others, and the world around us. It's stable, nourishing, and expands us in a way that is sustainable and lasting. Temporary highs, on the other hand, are driven by external factors, often offer only momentary pleasure, and leave us searching for more. True joy doesn't need to be chased. It arises naturally from within, and when we align with it, we feel complete and whole. Temporary highs, while enjoyable in the moment, don't offer the same lasting satisfaction and often leave us feeling empty or dissatisfied once the thrill fades. In the end, cultivating true joy means moving beyond the pursuit of temporary pleasures and discovering the deep, lasting fulfillment that comes from being aligned with our authentic selves and purpose. Chapter 3: How does joy feel? Describing joy on a physical, mental, and spiritual level. Joy is not just an abstract concept or a fleeting emotional experience, it is something that can be felt deeply in every part of our being. It resonates on physical, mental, and spiritual levels, and understanding how joy manifests in these areas helps us connect to it more fully. In this chapter, we'll explore how joy feels on each of these levels, revealing its transformative power and the profound sense of wholeness it can bring to our lives. Physical sensations of joy. When joy arises, it often shows up physically first. The body, as a vessel of our emotions and energy, can serve as a powerful indicator of joy's presence. Here's how joy feels physically. 1. Lightness and energy. One of the most noticeable physical sensations of joy is a feeling of lightness. People often describe the sensation of joy as if they are floating or weightless. This lightness is not just a metaphor, it can feel like the physical burden of life has been lifted, and there is a newfound freedom in the body. Joy brings energy, a buoyant force that radiates through the body, invigorating every cell. You may feel more energized, more capable, and more alive. 2. Warmth and expansion. Joy can manifest as warmth that spreads throughout the body. This warmth often starts in the chest, where the heart is, and radiates outward, creating a sense of openness and expansiveness. You may feel your chest expand, your posture straighten, and your body open up as though your energy is flowing freely. This warmth can be deeply comforting, as though joy is wrapping around you in a loving embrace. 3. Tingling sensations. At times, joy can trigger tingling sensations, particularly in the hands, feet, or even the scalp. These tingles are often experienced when the body is flooded with positive energy, as joy activates the nervous system in a way that creates a heightened state of awareness. This feeling can be described as an energetic pulse or a burst of vitality, as though joy is infusing the body with life force. 4. Relaxation and calm. Although joy brings energy, it also carries a profound sense of relaxation and calm. This balance of excitement and peace is one of the most unique aspects of joy. When in a state of joy, there is no tension, no tightness, and no anxiety in the body. Instead, muscles soften, breathing becomes deep and steady, and there is a sense of surrender to the present moment. Joy does not require effort or force, it flows through the body like a natural current. 5. Alignment and coherence. When we experience joy physically, there is a sense of alignment between the body and mind. The body feels coherent, as though all parts are working together harmoniously. There's no dissonance or fragmentation in the way we move or feel. Instead, we experience a seamless connection between the body's movement and the emotions, a sense that everything is in perfect synchrony. Mental sensations of joy. On a mental level, joy brings clarity, focus, and a profound sense of well-being. It can shift our thoughts and perceptions in a way that makes us feel more connected to ourselves and to the world around us. Here's how joy feels mentally. 1. Mental clarity and presence. One of the most powerful effects of joy on the mind is the sense of clarity it brings. When joy is present, the mind becomes clear and focused. Thoughts are no longer scattered or overwhelmed by worry. Instead, there is a peaceful stillness, where the mind feels open, receptive, and fully in the present moment. The constant chatter of the mind quiets, allowing us to tune into what matters most. 2. Elevated thoughts and perspective. Joy often lifts our perspective, helping us see the world through a lens of possibility and gratitude. When we experience joy, our thoughts naturally lean toward the positive. We find ourselves thinking about the things we are grateful for, and we may feel more hopeful and optimistic about the future. This elevated mindset allows us to see the beauty in life, even in its imperfections, and fosters a deep sense of contentment and appreciation. 3. Creativity and inspiration. Joy fuels creativity, sparking new ideas and inspiration. When we are in a state of joy, our minds are open to new possibilities, and we are more willing to take creative risks. Ideas flow more freely, and problem-solving becomes easier because we're not bogged down by negative thinking or self-doubt. Joy makes us more willing to explore, experiment, and engage with the world in an innovative way. 4. Absence of mental strain. Joy feels effortless. It is not accompanied by mental strain, worry, or the pressure of needing to achieve or control outcomes. The mind is at ease, and there is no sense of urgency or anxiety. This freedom from mental strain allows us to think more clearly, respond more effectively, and engage with the world from a place of calm confidence. In the presence of joy, the mind can relax, making it easier to stay focused and productive. 5. A sense of purpose and meaning. When joy permeates the mind, we often feel a deep sense of purpose and meaning. It's as though everything we think about becomes aligned with our highest ideals and values. We see our place in the world more clearly and understand that our actions, however small, matter. This sense of purpose is deeply satisfying, as joy guides us to live authentically and contribute to something greater than ourselves. Spiritual sensations of joy. At the spiritual level, joy is an expression of our deepest connection to life, to ourselves, and to something greater than the individual self. It's the sense of unity, oneness, and transcendence that arises when we align with our true nature. Here's how joy feels spiritually. 1. Oneness and connection. Spiritually, joy creates a sense of oneness with the universe. We feel deeply connected to everything and everyone around us, as though we are all part of a greater whole. This sense of unity transcends the boundaries of individual identity and brings a profound sense of peace. We recognize that we are not separate from the world, we are an integral part of the tapestry of life. This connection to all things fills us with gratitude and love. 2. Divine love and grace. Joy at a spiritual level often feels like an overwhelming experience of divine love and grace. It is as though we are being embraced by a force greater than ourselves, a force that loves us unconditionally and wants only our highest good. This divine love flows through us, filling us with compassion, acceptance, and peace. We feel chosen, cherished, and supported by life itself. 3. Transcendence of the ego. Joy at the spiritual level leads to a transcendence of the ego, the sense of separation between ourselves and the world. In this state, we experience a loss of self-consciousness and self-judgment. Instead of being caught up in the worries and concerns of the ego, we experience the pure flow of life. There is no longer a me that is separate from the other. Joy becomes the natural expression of our highest selves, free from the constraints of ego thought. 4. Profound inner peace. Spiritual joy is often accompanied by a deep sense of inner peace. It is a peace that transcends external circumstances and remains steady no matter what life presents. This peace arises from a profound sense of trust in the unfolding of life and an understanding that everything is as it should be. It is a peace that exists beneath the surface of all emotions, an eternal calm that can never be disturbed. 5. A sense of flow and harmony. At its highest level, joy feels like being in a state of flow, effortlessly moving with the rhythm of life. There is no struggle or resistance. Everything seems to unfold naturally and harmoniously, as though we are dancing in tune with the universe. This flow state is deeply spiritual because it reflects our alignment with the divine order of existence. In this state, time feels irrelevant, and we are fully immersed in the present moment. Conclusion: joy is a multidimensional experience. Joy is not one-dimensional. It can be experienced on physical, mental, and spiritual levels, and each of these aspects enriches our understanding of what joy truly feels like. It is a feeling of lightness and vitality in the body, clarity and inspiration in the mind, and oneness and peace in the spirit. True joy is a holistic experience that integrates all parts of our being, creating a sense of wholeness and completeness. By recognizing how joy manifests in our bodies, minds, and spirits, we can better understand its power to transform our lives. It is not something that happens to us only during moments of excitement or success. It is a living, breathing experience that we can tap into at any time, if we are willing to be present with it. The more we recognize how joy feels, the more we can invite it into our daily lives and cultivate it as a natural state of being. How it changes perception, time, and the way we experience life. Joy is not just a fleeting emotion or a temporary state of mind. It has the power to completely alter the way we perceive the world, interact with others, and experience the passage of time. When joy enters our lives, it changes the very fabric of our reality. In this section, we will explore how joy influences our perception of life, transforms our relationship with time, and shapes the way we engage with the world. 1. Joy transforms perception. When joy fills our hearts and minds, it acts like a lens that colors everything around us. Our perceptions of people, events, and circumstances shift dramatically when we are in a state of joy. Here's how it changes the way we perceive the world. A shift in focus. Joy naturally shifts our focus toward what's good, beautiful, and meaningful. It's as if our attention is magnetically drawn to the positive aspects of life, even when surrounded by challenges. We become more attuned to the kindness in others, the beauty in nature, and the simple pleasures of everyday moments. Where before we may have been consumed with worries or distractions, joy brings clarity and a sense of appreciation for what is present. Seeing through the eyes of gratitude. Joy opens our hearts to gratitude, which changes how we perceive our lives. When joy is abundant, we begin to see everything we have as a blessing. The things we once took for granted, the warmth of the sun, the sound of laughter, the presence of loved ones, now appear as gifts. Our perceptions become infused with a deeper sense of appreciation, and even the most mundane moments are seen through a lens of wonder and reverence. See recognizing unity and connection. Joy dissolves the illusion of separation. It allows us to perceive the interconnectedness of all things. When we experience joy, we feel a profound sense of unity with others, with nature, and with the universe itself. This interconnectedness shifts our perception of life from a solitary, disconnected experience to one that is shared with all beings. We begin to recognize that every action, every thought, and every interaction has a ripple effect, and we see ourselves as part of a greater whole. Reframing challenges. Joy doesn't eliminate difficulty from life, but it does change how we perceive challenges. When we approach life from a place of joy, we see obstacles as opportunities for growth, transformation, and learning. Instead of feeling defeated by setbacks, we recognize that they are integral parts of the journey. This reframing of challenges allows us to face difficulties with resilience and optimism, knowing that joy is still available to us, even in the midst of struggle. Joy alters our experience of time. Time, as we commonly experience it, is linear and measured, seconds ticking into minutes, minutes into hours, and hours into days. However, joy has the remarkable ability to distort this perception, creating a fluid, timeless experience of life. Here's how joy changes our relationship with time. The expansion of time. When we are joyful, time seems to stretch out. Moments of joy feel rich and expansive, and we often lose track of time altogether. When we are deeply immersed in a joyful experience, whether it's spending time with loved ones, creating something meaningful, or simply being present in nature, we enter a state of timelessness. The clock becomes irrelevant, and the boundaries of time seem to dissolve. This sense of time expansion allows us to savor life's precious moments without feeling rushed or pressured. The elimination of regret. Joy pulls us fully into the present moment, where past regrets and future anxieties no longer have a hold on us. In a state of joy, we let go of the stories we tell ourselves about what we should have done or what's to come. We become fully immersed in the now, with no room for the weight of past mistakes or fears of the future. This timeless present allows us to feel free, unburdened by the constraints of time, and open to what life is offering in this moment. Time becomes fluid and subjective. Joy changes our experience of time by making it feel more subjective. When we are joyful, we may find that time moves faster or slower than usual. A few minutes of laughter with friends can feel like hours of connection, while hours spent in a mundane task can feel like minutes. This fluidity of time gives us a sense of freedom, as we no longer feel enslaved by the clock. Instead, we live in a rhythm that aligns with our internal sense of peace and joy, not with external pressures. The agelessness of joy. Joy has a way of making us feel ageless. Whether we are young or old, joy has the ability to transcend age and make us feel like we are eternally present. In the presence of joy, we often experience a sense of vitality and energy that defies the limitations of our physical bodies. It's as though joy taps into a timeless essence that exists beyond age or physical condition, reminding us that our true nature is not bound by time. Joy shapes how we experience life. Joy doesn't just change how we perceive the world or relate to time, it also transforms how we engage with life itself. When joy becomes a central part of our experience, it impacts every aspect of how we interact with our environment and others. Amplifying life's colors. Life is often painted in shades of gray when we are disconnected from joy. But when we embrace joy, it amplifies the colors of our existence. The world seems brighter, more vibrant, and full of possibility. The smallest moments of beauty, a sunset, a smile, a kind gesture, are magnified in our perception, making the ordinary extraordinary. Life is no longer something to endure but something to embrace and revel in. Creating deeper connections. When joy fills our hearts, we naturally seek to share it with others. This desire to connect with people is rooted in the sense of love and unity that joy brings. In joyful states, we are more open, more compassionate, and more willing to engage authentically with others. We form deeper bonds with those around us, and relationships become more genuine and fulfilling. The shared experience of joy builds bridges between us and others, fostering a sense of belonging and community. Encouraging presence and flow. Joy leads us into the present moment, where life is happening. It invites us to let go of distractions, expectations, and judgments and simply be present with what is. In these moments of presence, we enter a state of flow where we are fully engaged in whatever we are doing. Whether we are working, creating, or simply being, joy allows us to immerse ourselves in the experience, free from the pull of outside pressures. In flow, time becomes irrelevant, and our actions are effortless and natural. Shifting priorities and values. As joy becomes more integrated into our lives, it shifts our priorities. We begin to value experiences over possessions, relationships over achievements, and inner peace over external validation. Joy makes us realize that the things we once thought were essential for happiness, status, wealth, success are fleeting and ultimately unfulfilling. What truly matters is the joy we experience in the present moment, the love we give and receive, and the deep sense of peace that comes from living in alignment with our true selves. Conclusion: the transformative power of joy. Joy is not just an emotion we experience during moments of pleasure or success, it is a profound force that reshapes how we perceive the world, relate to time, and experience life itself. Through joy, our perception becomes more focused on the good, the meaningful, and the beautiful. Time becomes a fluid, subjective experience, where moments expand and we lose track of the clock. And, as joy permeates our lives, it encourages us to live with deeper presence, connection, and authenticity. When we open ourselves to joy, we open ourselves to a richer, more vibrant way of living, one where life feels fuller, more connected, and more meaningful. It transforms our experience of the world, not by changing external circumstances, but by shifting our internal state of being. In this way, joy truly becomes the key to living a life that is deeply fulfilling, expansive, and alive. The sensation of joy versus the absence of suffering. Joy and the absence of suffering are often intertwined, but they are not the same. While they may coexist, understanding their differences can provide greater clarity about what joy truly is and how it relates to our well-being. In this section, we will explore how joy as a sensation differs from simply not experiencing pain, and why this distinction is important for cultivating a full, meaningful life. 1. The sensation of joy. Joy is an active, dynamic state of force that fills us with energy, vibrancy, and a deep sense of connection. It is not passive or simply the absence of negative emotions, instead, it is a positive experience in and of itself. The sensation of joy can be felt in many ways, including a deep sense of fulfillment. Joy is often described as a feeling of being complete, of being whole and deeply satisfied. This feeling is not linked to external achievements, material wealth, or success. Instead, it arises from within, from a deep alignment with one's true nature and purpose. When joy is present, it feels as though we are living in alignment with who we truly are, and our actions and experiences reflect that harmony. A radiance or energy. Joy has a physical quality, a lightness, a radiance that emanates from within. It's often felt as a warmth in the chest, a sense of expansion, or a sensation of being full of life. This energetic feeling may manifest as a burst of laughter, a smile that seems to come from the heart, or a spontaneous sense of playfulness. Joy feels expansive, uplifting, and energizing. It makes us feel more alive, more connected, and more in tune with the world around us. A presence of love and connection. At the core of joy is often love, the love of life, of others, of the present moment. Joy allows us to feel deeply connected, not just to people, but to the world itself. We experience a sense of oneness with everything around us, seeing beauty in the most unexpected places. This connection brings an incredible sense of peace and belonging, as we realize that we are not separate but an integral part of a larger whole. A sense of flow. Joy is experienced in moments of flow when we are fully absorbed in what we are doing, whether it's creative work, play, or deep connection with others. Time seems to lose its grip, and we enter a timeless space where everything aligns effortlessly. When joy is present, we feel attuned to the task at hand, and our actions unfold naturally, without force or struggle. There is a sense of grace and ease, a deep knowing that we are exactly where we need to be. To the absence of suffering, on the other hand, the absence of suffering is a state where pain, distress, and discomfort are not present. This state is often mistaken for joy, but it is actually a neutral space. The absence of suffering can create a sense of relief, peace, or contentment, but it is not the same as the active, vibrant experience of joy. Here's why: a relief versus fulfillment. When suffering is absent, we may experience a sense of relief, a quiet, still moment where we are no longer burdened by pain, anxiety, or distress. However, this relief is passive, like the feeling of resting after a long period of exertion. It is not inherently fulfilling or energizing in the way joy is. While it can be peaceful, it does not carry the same vibrancy, radiance, or sense of wholeness that joy does. Be peace, but not ecstasy. The absence of suffering may lead to a peaceful, calm state, but it doesn't necessarily bring the ecstasy, excitement, or deep sense of connection that joy does. While peace is an important aspect of well-being, it's often more of a neutral state, a baseline of emotional equilibrium. Joy, on the other hand, is a heightened, elevated state of being, full of zest and enthusiasm for life. See a void of negative states, but not an active positive state. The absence of suffering removes the negative emotional experiences like sadness, anger, or frustration, but it doesn't automatically replace them with positive emotional states. It's like a room being cleared of clutter. There is space, but the space itself is not inherently filled with anything. Joy, on the other hand, actively fills that space with warmth, love, and connection. A state of neutrality versus radiance. The absence of suffering might be experienced as a neutral or blank state where there is neither happiness nor unhappiness, neither pleasure nor pain. While neutrality can provide a sense of balance, it does not have the radiant, expansive qualities that joy brings. Joy is an active force that infuses every aspect of life with light, love, and connection. It is not just the absence of darkness but the presence of light. 3. Why this distinction matters. Understanding the difference between joy and the absence of suffering is important because it helps us recognize what we are truly seeking in life. Many people think that once they are free from suffering, they will automatically experience joy, but this is not the case. True joy requires an active cultivation of positive energy, a deep connection to the present moment, and a sense of purpose in alignment with one's higher self. Joy is a choice. While the absence of suffering may come from external circumstances, joy is something we can actively cultivate from within. It is a choice to focus on what is good, to embrace life's wonders, and to stay connected to the heart of who we are. When we understand that joy is a dynamic force, we begin to seek it out actively, rather than simply waiting for it to appear once suffering is removed. Finding joy beyond relief. The distinction between joy and relief also allows us to recognize that true well-being is more than just the absence of discomfort. It is an expansive, vibrant experience of life that transcends mere relief from pain. Joy is about embracing the fullness of life, its challenges, its beauty, and its potential. It invites us to live with energy, purpose, and love, not just to avoid suffering. Creating a life of meaning. When we understand that joy is a powerful, active state of being, we are empowered to create lives full of meaning, connection, and fulfillment. Rather than focusing on simply eliminating pain or discomfort, we can shift our attention to what brings us joy and vitality. This shift in focus allows us to experience life more fully and engage with the world in a way that nourishes our spirit. Conclusion: the fullness of joy. While the absence of suffering provides relief and peace, it is joy that fills us with life, love, and purpose. Joy is not just the removal of pain, it is the addition of meaning, connection, and vibrancy to our lives. Understanding this distinction allows us to move beyond seeking mere relief and into the pursuit of true joy, a pursuit that is active, radiant, and transformative. By recognizing joy as an active force that brings vitality and fulfillment, we open ourselves to a richer, deeper experience of life. It is in this space of joy that we truly come alive, not just surviving but thriving, fully immersed in the beauty and wonder of being. Chapter 4: Who can access joy? Is joy an innate right or something earned? Joy is often seen as something fleeting, something that only a select few can attain. Some might believe that joy is a privilege for the fortunate, those who are born into ideal circumstances, who have achieved success, or who have somehow earned the right to be happy. But is joy truly reserved for those who have checked all the boxes of success and perfection? Or is it something deeper, more universal and inherent right available to all, regardless of external circumstances? In this chapter, we will explore the nature of joy, and whether it is an innate right or something that must be earned. 1. Joy is an innate right at its core. Joy is a birthright. It is a fundamental aspect of being human, something we are born with, just as we are born with the capacity for love, connection, and creativity. The idea that joy is a privilege reserved only for the deserving can create unnecessary barriers to accessing it. However, when we recognize that joy is a natural part of who we are, it becomes more accessible and immediate. Joy is a natural state of being. We are born in a state of joy. As children, we naturally express joy in our laughter, playfulness, and curiosity. It is only over time, as we encounter life's challenges, that this joy becomes clouded or diminished by external forces like trauma, societal expectations, or self-limiting beliefs. But underneath these layers, the inherent joy remains within us, waiting to be rediscovered. The universal nature of joy. Joy is not confined to any particular group of people. It is available to all, regardless of race, gender, social class, or background. While some may face more obstacles in accessing joy due to external circumstances, the potential for joy exists within everyone. In fact, true joy often arises in the most unexpected places, among the poor, the marginalized, the suffering. It is not tied to external circumstances, but rather to an internal alignment with our true selves. See joy beyond achievements. One of the greatest misconceptions about joy is that it must be earned or achieved. Society often equates joy with success, wealth, or recognition, leading us to believe that only those who have earned it are entitled to experience it. However, this belief creates a conditional relationship with joy, one that depends on external validation. In truth, joy is not a reward for accomplishments, it is a gift that exists independently of what we achieve. It is a reflection of our alignment with life itself, not the accumulation of material goods or accolades. 2. Joy and the concept of earning it. While joy is an innate right, some may argue that it must be earned, that one must prove themselves worthy of experiencing it. This belief stems from the idea that only after overcoming hardship, meeting certain standards, or achieving specific goals can we access the fullness of joy. But is this truly the case? Can joy only be unlocked through effort and accomplishment, or does it simply require an openness to experience it in its many forms? The influence of societal conditioning. Much of the idea that joy must be earned comes from societal conditioning. From a young age, we are taught that success and happiness are rewards for hard work, and that we must earn the right to feel good about ourselves. This creates an ongoing cycle of striving for external validation, as we believe that only when we meet certain criteria can we deserve joy. However, this mindset often leads to burnout, frustration, and a constant feeling of inadequacy. The paradox of effortless joy. Joy often shows up when we least expect it, in moments when we are not trying to force it. It is often in moments of surrender, acceptance, or deep connection that joy reveals itself. The more we try to earn joy through effort, the more elusive it can become. Joy is not something that can be pursued or captured. It is something that arises naturally when we align with our true essence and with the flow of life. It is in the act of being, not in the act of striving. Releasing the need to earn joy. To access joy fully, we must release the notion that it must be earned. This doesn't mean we should abandon effort in our lives, but rather that we should stop viewing joy as a reward for meeting external standards. Instead, we can view joy as a state that arises from within, as a reflection of our connection to life, to ourselves, and to others. When we let go of the need to earn joy, we open ourselves up to its natural flow. 3 Obstacles to accessing joy. While joy is an innate right, there are many obstacles that can make it difficult to access. These obstacles can take many forms: trauma, negative beliefs, societal pressures, and more. However, understanding these barriers can help us address them and reconnect with our joy. Trauma and pain. Life's hardships can dim our natural joy. Whether through childhood trauma, loss, or chronic stress, pain and suffering can create deep emotional scars that block our access to joy. However, healing is possible. By acknowledging and processing past pain, we can release the grip of these negative experiences and make space for joy to return. Joy often arises after we have healed and learned to integrate our struggles, not in spite of them. Limiting beliefs. Many of us carry limiting beliefs that prevent us from experiencing joy. These beliefs often come from childhood or societal conditioning, and they tell us that we are not worthy, that joy is reserved for others, or that we must prove ourselves first. These beliefs can create a sense of separation from joy, as we believe that joy is something that must be earned or that we don't have the right to experience it. To access joy, we must challenge these beliefs and recognize that we are inherently worthy of happiness and fulfillment. See external circumstances. While joy is available to all, external circumstances can make it more difficult for some to access. Poverty, oppression, and social inequality can create environments where joy feels like an impossible dream. However, even in the most challenging circumstances, joy can still be found. It may not always be easy to access, but it is always present, waiting to be rediscovered. Often, those who have faced the greatest struggles can experience the deepest joys, as they learn to find meaning and beauty in the midst of adversity. For cultivating joy, a practice for also, who can access joy? The answer is simple: everyone. Joy is not reserved for the privileged or the perfect. It is a universal experience available to all, regardless of background or circumstance. However, accessing joy requires a shift in perspective. It requires letting go of the belief that joy is something that must be earned and instead embracing it as a natural state of being. A daily practice. Cultivating joy is a daily practice. It requires mindfulness, presence, and a willingness to embrace life as it is. When we focus on the simple pleasures of life, the beauty of nature, the warmth of human connection, the joy of creation, we open ourselves to the flow of joy. This practice can be as simple as taking time each day to reflect on what brings us happiness, or as profound as engaging in deep personal healing. Whatever the path, the more we practice, the more joy becomes a natural part of our lives. The power of gratitude. Gratitude is one of the most powerful tools for accessing joy. By focusing on what we are grateful for, we shift our perspective from what is lacking to what is abundant. This shift allows us to see the beauty and joy that is already present in our lives. Gratitude opens the door to joy, making it easier to access and appreciate. Conclusion: joy for all. In the end, joy is not something that must be earned or reserved for a select few. It is an inherent part of who we are, a birthright that exists within each of us. While external circumstances, trauma, and limiting beliefs can create barriers to accessing joy, these obstacles can be overcome. By letting go of the need to earn joy and embracing it as a natural state, we can begin to cultivate a life of vibrant, unshakable joy. Everyone has the ability to access this joy, no matter where they come from or what they've experienced. Joy is not a luxury, it is a necessity, and it is available to all. Can everyone reach joy, or are some destined for less? One of the most profound and unsettling questions we might face in life is whether joy is something that everyone can access or if some people are simply destined for less. This question often arises when we look around and see the vast differences in people's circumstances. Some seem to effortlessly experience joy, while others struggle endlessly, despite their best efforts. So, are some people simply less capable of joy? Or is joy an inherent right for all, regardless of what life has dealt them? In this chapter, we will explore the notion of universal access to joy, examining whether anyone is truly destined for less joy, or if everyone has the potential to experience it to the fullest. 1. Joy is a universal potential. The most important thing to understand when considering whether joy is available to everyone is that joy is not something that is solely external or tied to material conditions. Joy is an internal experience, an aspect of the human spirit that is inherently part of who we are. This means that regardless of circumstances, every individual has the potential to access joy. Joy is part of our essence at our core. Joy is a reflection of our most authentic selves, a natural state of being. Just as we all have the capacity for love, creativity, and growth, we also have the innate ability to experience joy. It is not something that we need to earn or prove ourselves worthy of, it is an intrinsic part of our human experience. The power of connection. Human beings are wired for connection, and one of the most profound sources of joy arises from meaningful relationships and a sense of belonging. This means that, regardless of background or individual circumstances, the capacity for joy is available to everyone who seeks it through connection with others, with nature, with creativity, or even with the deeper sense of self. The more deeply we are connected to life, the more joy we can experience. See joy in the midst of struggle. It's important to note that while joy is universally accessible, external circumstances can create barriers to experiencing it. For those facing extreme hardship, poverty, trauma, or oppression, accessing joy can be incredibly difficult. However, joy is not defined by external conditions. Even in the face of adversity, individuals can find moments of joy, sometimes even in the most unexpected places. People who have endured great suffering often report that their deepest moments of joy came not in spite of their pain, but because they found a way to experience life more fully after overcoming those struggles. This suggests that joy is a capacity available to all, though it may look different for each person depending on their experiences. 2. The illusion of destined for less. The belief that some people are simply destined for less joy can stem from societal messages, personal beliefs, or even our experiences with trauma. It's a belief that tells us that certain people, whether because of their social class, race, or personal history, are somehow less entitled to joy. However, this view is rooted in limitation and misunderstanding. Breaking free from limiting beliefs. Many of us carry the belief that joy is a privilege reserved for those who have worked hard enough or have been lucky enough to earn it. This belief can create a deep sense of inadequacy, making people feel that they are unworthy of experiencing joy. However, when we challenge these beliefs and recognize that joy is a universal potential, we are freed from the constraints of thinking that only some people are worthy of joy. No one is destined for less. In fact, the very thought that we are somehow less capable of joy is often a reflection of unprocessed pain or societal conditioning, rather than a truth about who we are. The myth of less joy. Another layer to this belief is the notion that people who struggle with mental health issues, trauma, or poverty are simply less capable of joy. This is a myth. While external factors certainly influence our experience of joy, they do not determine our ability to access it. People in challenging circumstances have the capacity for deep joy, even if it appears in different forms or at different times in their lives. The difference is not a lack of potential for joy, but rather the challenges that may block or obscure its presence. See healing and growth as pathways to joy. One of the most powerful truths we can embrace is that joy often grows in the soil of struggle. Through healing, growth, and self-awareness, people can transform their lives and uncover new dimensions of joy, even after experiencing great hardship. The capacity for joy is not something that diminishes with struggle, rather, struggle often deepens it. It helps us to develop resilience, empathy, and wisdom, qualities that can intensify our experience of joy. 3. Overcoming barriers to joy. While everyone has the potential to experience joy, there are barriers that can make it harder for some people to access it. These barriers may include external circumstances, such as poverty or oppression, but more often they are internal unresolved trauma, self-doubt, or limiting beliefs about what we deserve. Trauma and healing. People who have experienced trauma may find it particularly difficult to experience joy, as past wounds can cloud our sense of self-worth and our ability to trust in the goodness of life. However, healing is possible. Through therapy, self-reflection, and self-compassion, individuals can release the emotional burdens that block joy. As they heal, their connection to joy becomes stronger and more accessible. B. Self-compassion and self-worth. Often, the greatest barrier to accessing joy is the belief that we are not worthy of it. Many people who have suffered from childhood neglect, abuse, or societal rejection struggle with self-worth, which leads to difficulty in experiencing joy. Building self-compassion and recognizing our inherent value is key to breaking through this barrier. When we embrace the truth that we are worthy of joy simply because we exist, we create the space for it to flow freely. See external factors and their influence. While joy is not dependent on external circumstances, our environment can play a significant role in our ability to access it. Living in oppressive or toxic environments can make joy feel like an unreachable dream. However, even in such circumstances, small moments of joy can be found, whether through personal connections, creative expression, or spiritual practices. Changing our environment, whether by setting boundaries, seeking supportive relationships, or moving to a healthier space, can open up new pathways for joy to emerge. For the practice of joy for also, can everyone reach joy? The answer is a resounding yes. No one is destined for less joy. Joy is a universal potential, available to all human beings. While some may face greater challenges or have more barriers to overcome, the capacity for joy exists within everyone, and it can be accessed through healing, self-compassion, and connection. Joy is not something that is earned or reserved for a select few. It is a natural state of being, one that can be cultivated and experienced by everyone. A lifelong practice. Accessing joy is a lifelong practice. It requires self-awareness, a willingness to heal, and the courage to embrace life as it comes. But the more we engage with the practice of joy through gratitude, mindfulness, and connection, the more it becomes a natural part of our lives. B. Joy is a radical choice. At its core, joy is a radical choice. It's the decision to embrace life, to find beauty and meaning in the present moment, no matter what. This choice is available to everyone, regardless of circumstances. In making this choice, we align ourselves with the truth that joy is our birthright and that no external condition can take that away. Conclusion: joy for all. Joy is not a commodity to be earned or reserved for the lucky few. It is a universal potential, accessible to all who choose to connect with it. While life's struggles may create obstacles, they do not determine our capacity for joy. Everyone, regardless of background or circumstance, can experience the fullness of joy. Joy is not something that is limited by our past or our external reality. It is a reflection of our internal truth. And it is available to all. Breaking myths: joy isn't just for the privileged, lucky, or enlightened. One of the most pervasive myths surrounding joy is that it is something reserved for the privileged, the lucky, or those who have reached a state of enlightenment. Society often promotes the idea that only those with certain advantages, whether financial, social, or spiritual, are truly capable of experiencing deep and lasting joy. However, this belief is rooted in misconceptions and a limited understanding of what joy truly is. In this chapter, we'll break down these myths and explore the reality: joy is not a privilege for the few, but a universal potential accessible to all. 1. The myth of privilege and joy. The first myth we need to address is the idea that joy is something reserved for the privileged, those with wealth, social status, or advantageous circumstances. It's easy to believe that joy is a luxury for those who have their basic needs met, who are free from worry, or who live in an ideal environment. However, this is far from the truth. The link between joy and material wealth. While it's true that external circumstances like wealth or comfort can make life easier, they do not guarantee joy. In fact, some of the wealthiest and most privileged individuals struggle with inner emptiness and a lack of fulfillment. True joy is not determined by external conditions, but by our internal relationship with life. Material wealth may provide comfort, but it is not the key to lasting happiness. Be the example of people in struggle throughout history. Countless individuals who faced extreme hardship, whether due to poverty, oppression, or difficult personal circumstances, have found profound joy. People in marginalized communities, survivors of trauma, and those living in challenging conditions often report finding moments of joy that transcend their material struggles. This demonstrates that joy is not limited by external circumstances. It is something that can thrive even in the most difficult of situations. 2. The myth of luck and joy. Another myth we need to dismantle is the belief that joy is something only the lucky experience. This idea suggests that joy is a random, chance occurrence, bestowed upon those who happen to have favorable circumstances or fortuitous life events. This myth can leave many people feeling that joy is outside their control, something that can only happen to those who are lucky enough to be in the right place at the right time. Luck versus personal agency. In reality, joy is not a random stroke of luck. While external circumstances may shape our experiences, joy is something we cultivate through our choices, actions, and mindset. It is a practice, a state of being that we can actively nurture. People who experience joy regularly are often those who have learned to cultivate it through mindfulness, gratitude, and self-awareness. It's a result of the choices they make and how they approach life, not just something that happens to them by chance. Be changing our relationship with life by shifting our mindset and taking responsibility for our own well-being, we can create conditions in our lives that allow joy to flourish. This means focusing on what we can control: our thoughts, attitudes, and responses to challenges, and finding joy in the small moments, rather than waiting for life to hand it to us on a silver platter. Luck may play a role in some aspects of life, but joy is ultimately within our reach. 3. The myth of enlightenment and joy. The idea that joy is reserved for the enlightened or spiritually advanced is another myth that keeps many people from believing they are worthy of experiencing it. This myth suggests that joy is only accessible to those who have transcended the ordinary human experience, those who have reached a state of spiritual perfection or deep inner peace. As a result, many people feel that they must somehow earn joy by reaching a certain level of spiritual or personal development. Joy is an innate part of being. In truth, joy is not a destination that can only be reached through spiritual enlightenment or personal perfection. It is an innate part of being human, available to everyone, regardless of their spiritual status or level of self-awareness. While spiritual practices and personal growth can help us cultivate and deepen our experience of joy, they are not prerequisites for accessing it. Joy is an expression of our most authentic selves, and it can be accessed by anyone who is open to it. The path to joy is personal. There is no one-size-fits-all path to joy. Some people may find it through spiritual practices, while others may find it through creative expression, meaningful relationships, or simple pleasures. The journey to joy is deeply personal, and it's not about reaching a specific level of enlightenment or achievement. It's about recognizing that joy is already within us, waiting to be embraced. For the reality, joy is available to all. So, what is the truth behind these myths? The reality is that joy is not limited by privilege, luck, or enlightenment. It is a universal potential available to everyone. Regardless of your background, your circumstances, or your spiritual development, you have the ability to experience joy in your life. Joy is not a prize for the few, it is a gift that belongs to all. Joy is an innate human capacity. Every human being has the capacity to experience joy. It is not something that must be earned or reserved for a select few. While external circumstances can impact our ability to access joy, they do not define our worthiness or capacity to experience it. Joy is a natural part of the human experience, something that exists in every moment and is available to us, no matter where we are in life. Breaking the chains of limitation. When we let go of the myths that joy is only for the privileged, lucky, or enlightened, we free ourselves from the limitations that hold us back. We begin to realize that joy is not something that we have to wait for or hope for. It is something we can actively create in our lives. Through mindfulness, gratitude, self-compassion, and connection, we can cultivate joy every day. 5. How to cultivate joy in your life. If joy is available to everyone, how do we begin to cultivate it in our own lives? Here are a few steps to help you break free from the myths and start experiencing more joy. Practice gratitude. Take time each day to reflect on the things you're grateful for. Gratitude opens the door to joy by shifting our focus from what we lack to what we have. Be present. Joy is found in the present moment. Practice mindfulness to bring yourself fully into the here and now, where joy resides. Nurture connections. spend time with people who uplift and support you. Joy thrives in connection, and the more we surround ourselves with positivity, the more joy we can experience. Engage in joyful activities, do things that bring you joy, whether that's spending time in nature, pursuing a creative hobby, or simply laughing with friends. The more we engage in activities that make us feel good, the more joy will naturally flow into our lives. Let go of perfection, release the belief that you need to be perfect or enlightened to experience joy. Embrace your humanity and recognize that joy is available to you, just as you are. Conclusion: joy is for everyone. Joy is not a privilege reserved for the lucky few, nor is it something that only the privileged or enlightened can access. It is a universal potential that exists within every one of us. When we break free from the myths that tell us joy is for others, we can begin to cultivate it in our own lives. Joy is not about perfection, status, or external circumstances. It is about embracing the truth of who we are and finding the beauty in each moment. Joy is for everyone. Chapter 5: The conditions where joy grows. The inner and outer environments that foster joy. Joy, like any plant, needs certain conditions to flourish. While it is an innate part of our being, its expression often depends on the environment, both internal and external, that surrounds it. Just as a garden requires specific conditions, sunlight, water, soil, and care to grow, so too does joy thrive under particular circumstances. In this chapter, we'll explore the inner and outer environments that create fertile ground for joy to grow and sustain itself. 1. The inner environment, cultivating joy from within. While external circumstances certainly play a role in shaping our experience of joy, the most significant factor lies within us. The internal environment we create for ourselves shapes how we experience life and whether or not joy is able to emerge. To cultivate joy from within, we must tend to our thoughts, emotions, beliefs, and attitudes. Self-acceptance and self-love. One of the foundational conditions for joy is self-acceptance. When we are at peace with ourselves, joy has the freedom to emerge. Self-acceptance means embracing all parts of ourselves, the strengths, weaknesses, successes, and failures. When we stop judging ourselves harshly or trying to be something we're not, we make space for joy to naturally arise. Self-love, the act of nurturing and valuing ourselves, strengthens this foundation, allowing joy to flow freely from within. Mindfulness and presence. Another key element for cultivating joy internally is mindfulness, the practice of being present in the moment. Joy is often found in the simplest of experiences: the warmth of the sun, the sound of laughter, the taste of a delicious meal, or the connection we feel with others. When we are fully present and engaged in life, rather than dwelling on the past or worrying about the future, we open ourselves to the joy that is always available to us. Mindfulness allows us to experience life with clarity and gratitude, which naturally fosters joy. See emotional resilience. Joy doesn't mean a life without challenges. In fact, our capacity for joy often grows in proportion to our ability to face adversity with emotional resilience. Resilience is the ability to bounce back from setbacks, to view challenges as opportunities for growth, and to maintain a sense of hope even in difficult circumstances. People who cultivate emotional resilience are better able to navigate life's ups and downs without losing their connection to joy. Gratitude and positivity. A practice of gratitude is one of the most powerful ways to cultivate joy. When we focus on the things we are grateful for, we shift our attention away from what is lacking or negative in our lives. This shift in perspective fosters a positive mindset, making it easier to access joy in everyday life. The more we cultivate a sense of gratitude, the more joy we create within ourselves. Gratitude allows us to see life's abundance, rather than its limitations, and opens the door to deeper joy. 2. The outer environment, creating surroundings that foster joy. While our inner environment is crucial, external factors also influence our experience of joy. The people we interact with, the places we live, and the activities we engage in all contribute to the conditions in which joy grows. By creating a supportive outer environment, we can amplify the inner joy that we cultivate. Surrounding yourself with positive people. The people we spend time with play a significant role in our experience of joy. Positive, supportive relationships nourish our sense of belonging, connection, and love, all of which are key components of joy. Conversely, toxic relationships can drain our energy and create emotional barriers to joy. By surrounding ourselves with people who uplift us, who encourage our growth, and who share in our joys, we create an environment where joy is celebrated and supported. Be a peaceful, nurturing space. The physical environment in which we live also has a profound impact on our emotional state. A cluttered, chaotic space can create feelings of stress and overwhelm, while a clean, organized, and peaceful space fosters calmness and clarity. Joy thrives in an environment that feels safe, welcoming, and nurturing. This doesn't necessarily mean having a perfect home or ideal surroundings, but it does mean creating a space where we feel comfortable, inspired, and at ease. Small changes such as incorporating natural elements, reducing clutter, or adding personal touches can make a big difference in creating a physical environment that supports joy. See, engaging in meaningful activities. Joy is often nurtured through activities that bring meaning and fulfillment into our lives. Whether through work, hobbies, volunteerism, or creative pursuits, engaging in activities that align with our values and passions feeds our inner joy. These activities help us feel a sense of purpose and satisfaction, contributing to a more joyful life. By actively choosing to engage in things that bring us joy, we strengthen the conditions for joy to grow in our lives. Connection to nature. There is something inherently joyful about connecting with nature. Whether it's walking in the woods, sitting by the ocean, or simply enjoying a sunset, spending time outdoors has been shown to reduce stress, improve mood, and enhance well-being. Nature provides a serene and grounding environment that fosters a deep sense of peace and joy. For many, nature serves as a reminder of the beauty and abundance of life, which naturally evokes feelings of joy. 3. The role of life's challenges in cultivating joy. It's important to recognize that challenges and difficulties are not the enemies of joy. They can be catalysts for its growth. Life's hardships have the potential to deepen our appreciation for the moments of joy we experience. The contrast between pain and joy helps us recognize the value of both. By navigating life's challenges with grace and resilience, we build a foundation that allows joy to flourish even in the most trying of times. Finding joy in adversity. Some of the most profound experiences of joy arise after moments of hardship. When we overcome obstacles or recover from setbacks, the joy we experience feels richer, deeper, and more meaningful. The process of healing, learning, and growing through adversity can create fertile ground for lasting joy. People who are able to find joy in the midst of difficult circumstances often have a greater capacity for resilience, gratitude, and perspective. Growth and transformation. Challenges often push us to evolve and grow. As we face life's difficulties, we develop new strengths, perspectives, and understandings that deepen our capacity for joy. The process of transformation, whether through overcoming trauma, learning new skills, or developing emotional resilience, creates a richer, more vibrant experience of life. In this sense, the conditions for joy are not always found in a life free from struggle, but in the way we approach and grow through that struggle. For the alchemy of inner and outer conditions. The most powerful environment for joy occurs when our inner and outer conditions are aligned. When we cultivate a positive, joyful mindset and surround ourselves with nurturing relationships and environments, joy flows effortlessly. It is the harmony between our internal world and the external world that creates the conditions for joy to not only survive but thrive. Co-creation of joy. Joy is not just something that we passively experience, it is something we co-create with the world around us. The choices we make in how we engage with others, how we create our physical spaces, and how we respond to challenges all contribute to the environment that fosters joy. As we consciously co-create an environment that nurtures joy, we begin to see it manifest more consistently in our lives. Conclusion: joy is cultivated, not found. In this chapter, we've explored the various conditions that help joy grow both inside and outside of ourselves. While joy is inherent, it requires nurturing environments to flourish. The inner conditions of self-acceptance, mindfulness, resilience, and gratitude provide the foundation, while the outer conditions of supportive relationships, peaceful surroundings, and meaningful activities amplify joy's presence. By creating a harmonious balance between these internal and external factors, we can cultivate a life where joy is not only possible but abundant. Practices and mindsets that cultivate it. While joy is an innate state of being, it requires conscious cultivation and nurturing. Just as a garden needs regular care, attention, and the right conditions to flourish, joy thrives when we actively engage in practices and adopt mindsets that foster it. In this section, we will explore various practices and mindsets that help us cultivate joy in our daily lives, enabling us to align with this fundamental force more fully and consistently. 1. Mindset shifts that foster joy. A mindset is the lens through which we view and interpret the world around us. By shifting our mindset, we can create new pathways for joy to emerge, regardless of external circumstances. Below are key mindset shifts that help us cultivate joy. A gratitude and abundance mindset. One of the most powerful mindsets for cultivating joy is gratitude. When we adopt a gratitude mindset, we train ourselves to focus on the positive aspects of life, no matter how small they may seem. Gratitude shifts our attention from what's lacking or going wrong to what's already abundant and well. Practicing daily gratitude, whether by keeping a gratitude journal or simply taking moments throughout the day to reflect on what we appreciate, helps us recognize the many blessings in our lives, allowing joy to grow from the seeds of appreciation. B. Growth mindset. A growth mindset, the belief that abilities and intelligence can be developed through effort and learning, fosters resilience and joy. By seeing challenges as opportunities for growth and viewing setbacks as temporary and valuable learning experiences, we create a mindset that nurtures joy in the face of adversity. The growth mindset encourages us to see the potential for transformation in every situation, which strengthens our capacity for joy even in the toughest times. C. Letting go of perfectionism. Joy cannot thrive in an environment of perfectionism, where we are constantly striving for unattainable standards or judging ourselves harshly. Letting go of perfectionism allows us to embrace our imperfections and celebrate progress rather than fixating on flaws. By accepting ourselves as we are, messy, evolving, and imperfect, we free ourselves to experience the full spectrum of joy without the burden of unrealistic expectations. D. Surrender and acceptance. Surrendering to the flow of life and accepting things as they are is a powerful practice for cultivating joy. When we fight against what is, we create resistance, which blocks the flow of joy. By practicing acceptance, whether it's accepting ourselves, others, or our circumstances, we release the tension that inhibits joy. This mindset allows us to embrace the present moment with grace, which creates space for joy to unfold naturally. 2. Practices that nurture joy. While mindsets lay the foundation, specific practices allow us to cultivate and amplify joy on a day-to-day basis. These practices can range from simple, everyday rituals to more intentional actions that promote well-being and happiness. A. Meditation and mindfulness. Mindfulness and meditation are powerful tools for connecting with the present moment and cultivating joy. When we practice mindfulness, we become fully engaged in whatever we are doing, whether it's eating, walking, or simply breathing. This presence of mind helps us appreciate the richness of life in all its simplicity, allowing joy to arise from the ordinary. Meditation, in particular, helps calm the mind, release stress, and open us to a deeper connection with our true selves, creating fertile ground for joy to blossom. B. Acts of kindness. Performing acts of kindness, whether big or small, is a simple yet profound practice that nurtures joy. When we give to others, whether through a smile, a helping hand, or a thoughtful gesture, we not only brighten their day but also create a ripple effect of positivity. Acts of kindness not only contribute to the happiness of others but also enhance our own sense of fulfillment and joy. As we engage in these practices, we are reminded that joy is found in connection, empathy, and shared humanity. C. Creative expression. Creativity is a natural channel for joy. Whether it's painting, writing, dancing, singing, or any other form of artistic expression, creativity allows us to tap into the depths of our joy and bring it into the world. Creative activities provide an outlet for emotions, thoughts, and experiences, allowing us to process and express ourselves in joyful ways. Engaging in creative pursuits not only brings joy to our lives but can also inspire joy in others when we share our creations. Physical movement and exercise. The body and mind are deeply connected, and physical movement is one of the most effective ways to cultivate joy. Exercise releases endorphins, the body's natural mood boosters, and improves overall well-being. Whether through yoga, dancing, walking in nature, or engaging in sports, physical movement helps us release pent-up energy, reduce stress, and experience the joy of being alive. Regular movement also fosters body awareness, which enhances our connection to our emotions and joy. Time in nature. Spending time in nature has long been recognized as a practice that nurtures joy. Nature has a calming, restorative effect on the mind and body, reducing stress and anxiety while enhancing mood. Whether it's a walk in the park, hiking in the mountains, or simply sitting by the water, nature reconnects us with the beauty and simplicity of life. It reminds us of the interconnectedness of all things and invites us to experience the joy that comes from being part of the greater whole. Laughter and play. Laughter is one of the most immediate and authentic expressions of joy. Whether through humor, play, or simply enjoying the company of others, laughter has the power to lift our spirits and connect us to the present moment. Play is equally important. Allowing ourselves to be spontaneous, creative, and carefree activates our inner joy and reminds us that life can be fun and light-hearted. Embracing play and laughter as daily practices helps us experience joy more freely and consistently. 3. Building a daily joy practice. Creating a daily joy practice involves integrating these practices and mindsets into our routine in a way that works for us. It doesn't require dramatic changes, but rather small, intentional actions that make joy a priority in our lives. Here are a few simple ways to incorporate a joy practice into your daily life. Start your day with intention. Begin each day with a moment of gratitude or a mindfulness practice to set the tone for joy. Even 5 minutes of focused breathing or a quick gratitude journal entry can shift your mindset. Engage in joyful activities. Make time for activities that bring you joy, whether that's reading, cooking, painting, or spending time with loved ones. Create space in your day for what makes you feel alive. Be present. Practice mindfulness throughout the day, paying attention to the small joys in everyday moments, whether it's a beautiful sunset, a warm cup of tea, or a heartfelt conversation. End the day with reflection. Before bed, reflect on the joyful moments of your day. This simple practice helps reinforce your connection to joy and reminds you that even in challenging times, there is always something to appreciate. For conclusion, cultivating joy is a lifelong practice. Joy is not something that can be acquired once and for all. It's a continuous practice, a lifelong journey of returning to our natural state of joy and nurturing it daily. By adopting mindsets that foster joy and engaging in practices that cultivate it, we create an environment in which joy can grow and sustain itself. As we make joy a priority in our lives, we begin to experience more of it, and in turn, we become beacons of joy for others. In this way, joy becomes not just a personal experience, but a shared force that spreads to those around us, creating a ripple effect of positivity and love. Removing barriers. What blocks joy from growing? While joy is our natural state, it is often obscured by various internal and external barriers. These obstacles can prevent joy from growing and flourishing, leaving us feeling disconnected from our true selves. Identifying and addressing these barriers is essential for reclaiming joy and experiencing its fullness. In this section, we will explore the key factors that block joy and discuss ways to remove or overcome them, allowing us to return to our inherent state of happiness, peace, and fulfillment. 1. Negative thought patterns. Our thoughts have a profound impact on our emotional state and perception of the world. Negative thought patterns, such as self-criticism, worry, and catastrophizing, can create mental and emotional barriers to joy. When we constantly focus on what's wrong or what might go wrong, we close ourselves off from the possibility of joy. Self-criticism and negative self-talk. Self-criticism, the tendency to judge ourselves harshly and focus on perceived flaws or shortcomings, is one of the most common barriers to joy. When we are constantly berating ourselves for not being good enough, we create a sense of unworthiness, which blocks the flow of joy. The antidote to this is self-compassion, learning to treat ourselves with the same kindness and understanding that we would offer to a friend. By shifting from self-criticism to self-acceptance, we allow joy to emerge from within. Worry and anxiety. Worrying about the future or ruminating over past mistakes keeps us trapped in cycles of fear and stress, preventing us from experiencing the present moment, the primary source of joy. Anxiety, whether about work, relationships, or life circumstances, creates a barrier between us and joy. Mindfulness practices and grounding techniques, such as focusing on the breath or redirecting our thoughts to the present, help to release the grip of worry and anxiety, allowing joy to return. See catastrophizing. Catastrophizing is the tendency to imagine the worst-case scenario and blow things out of proportion. This thought pattern distorts reality and often prevents us from seeing the good in situations. By learning to recognize when we are catastrophizing and consciously choosing to reframe our thoughts, we can reduce the power of these thoughts and open ourselves to joy, even in difficult circumstances. 2. Unresolved trauma and emotional wounds. Past trauma and unresolved emotional wounds can create deep-seated barriers to joy. When we have not fully processed our pain, it lingers in our bodies and minds, preventing us from experiencing the fullness of life. Trauma may manifest as fear, shame, guilt, or numbness, all of which can keep us from feeling joy in the present. Suppressed emotions. When we suppress painful emotions, whether fear, anger, sadness, or grief, we create emotional blockages that stifle the natural flow of joy. Rather than allowing ourselves to fully feel and process emotions, we often push them away, thinking we can simply move on. However, unprocessed emotions tend to resurface, sometimes in destructive ways. By creating safe spaces for emotional expression through journaling, therapy, or simply sitting with our feelings, we allow ourselves to heal and make room for joy. Shame and guilt. Shame and guilt are powerful emotions that can prevent us from experiencing joy. These feelings often stem from past actions, mistakes, or beliefs that we have about ourselves. They create a sense of unworthiness, telling us we don't deserve happiness. To break free from the hold of shame and guilt, we must practice self-forgiveness and embrace the idea that everyone is deserving of joy. Recognizing that our past does not define us and that healing is always possible can help lift the weight of these emotions and allow joy to emerge. 3. External circumstances and environment. While joy is an internal state, external factors such as our environment, relationships, and life circumstances can either nurture or block joy. Negative external circumstances, toxic relationships, or stressful environments can create significant barriers to joy. However, by taking proactive steps to address these external factors, we can create conditions that are more conducive to joy. Toxic relationships. Relationships, especially those that are emotionally or physically abusive, can be major sources of pain and barriers to joy. In toxic relationships, we may feel drained, unsupported, or unloved, which can lead to feelings of helplessness and sadness. To foster joy, it's essential to set healthy boundaries and, if necessary, remove ourselves from harmful relationships. Surrounding ourselves with positive, supportive people who uplift and encourage us is key to experiencing joy more consistently. Negative environments. Our physical environment plays a significant role in shaping our mental and emotional state. Cluttered, chaotic, or negative environments can contribute to stress and overwhelm, making it harder to experience joy. Creating a peaceful, nurturing space, whether it's through decluttering, adding elements of nature, or incorporating soothing colors, can help reduce stress and invite joy into our lives. A clean, organized environment allows us to feel calm and centered, which creates space for joy to grow. See financial stress. While joy is not dependent on external wealth, financial stress can certainly create barriers to experiencing joy. Worrying about money, struggling to meet basic needs, or living in poverty can consume our mental and emotional energy, leaving little room for joy. Addressing financial challenges, whether through budgeting, seeking support, or finding ways to reduce financial anxiety, can help ease this barrier and allow joy to resurface. 4. Limiting beliefs and expectations. Limiting beliefs, deeply ingrained ideas about who we are, what we deserve, or how the world works, can act as powerful blocks to joy. These beliefs shape our perceptions of reality and can prevent us from stepping into the fullness of our potential. Beliefs about deserving joy. Many people carry the belief that they don't deserve joy, often due to past experiences or messages they've received from society or family. This belief creates a subconscious resistance to experiencing joy, causing us to self-sabotage or diminish our own happiness. To remove this barrier, we must consciously affirm our worthiness of joy. By recognizing that we are inherently deserving of happiness, love, and peace, we can begin to open the door to more joy in our lives. B. Perfectionism and unrealistic expectations. The belief that we must meet certain conditions such as achieving a specific goal or reaching a certain standard before we can experience joy is another barrier. Perfectionism keeps us trapped in a cycle of not enough, preventing us from embracing joy in the present moment. By releasing unrealistic expectations and allowing ourselves to experience joy without conditions, we make room for it to grow more freely. 5. The role of self-awareness and healing. Self-awareness is a powerful tool for identifying and addressing the barriers that block joy. When we become conscious of the patterns, beliefs, and behaviors that limit our joy, we can take steps to change them. Practices such as meditation, journaling, and therapy help us explore our inner world and uncover the hidden blocks to joy. Healing, whether physical, emotional, or spiritual, is an ongoing process that requires patience, compassion, and commitment. As we heal from past wounds, release limiting beliefs, and address external challenges, we remove the barriers that stand between us and our natural state of joy. 6. Conclusion: removing barriers to let joy flow. Joy is our birthright, but it can become obscured by internal and external barriers. By identifying and removing these barriers, whether they are negative thought patterns, unresolved trauma, toxic relationships, or limiting beliefs, we create the conditions for joy to flourish. The process of removing these obstacles requires self-awareness, patience, and intentionality, but the reward is immense. As we clear the path to joy, we allow this powerful, transformative energy to flow freely, enriching our lives and the lives of those around us. Chapter 6: Why does joy show up? The triggers of joy, both external and internal. Joy, while inherent within us, does not always remain in a constant state of expression. It can seem to come and go, triggered by various factors, both external and internal. Understanding why joy shows up can help us recognize the signs and deepen our connection to it. In this chapter, we'll explore the triggers of joy and the reasons it appears in our lives. By becoming more attuned to these triggers, we can invite more joy into our experience and learn how to sustain it in meaningful ways. 1. Internal triggers of joy. The most powerful sources of joy often come from within. These internal triggers are the reflections of our deeper truths, desires, and innate alignment with life's flow. When we connect with our inner selves, joy naturally rises, as it is our natural state of being. Alignment with authentic self. When we live in alignment with our true selves, when our thoughts, actions, and values are consistent with who we are at the core, joy often emerges spontaneously. This deep sense of authenticity brings us peace and contentment because it allows us to express ourselves freely, without the pressure to conform to external expectations. Joy shows up when we are true to ourselves, when we feel no need to wear masks or hide parts of who we are. This alignment doesn't require grand achievements or perfection, it's about being authentic in even the smallest moments. The more we practice being ourselves, the more joy becomes a constant companion in our lives. B. Gratitude and appreciation. A sense of deep gratitude is one of the most powerful internal triggers of joy. When we take time to appreciate the simple blessings in our lives, whether it's a beautiful sunset, a loving interaction with a friend, or even the ability to breathe, we invite joy to appear. Gratitude helps shift our focus from what we lack to what we have, creating space for joy to grow. The more we practice gratitude, the more joy we invite into our daily existence. See presence in the moment. Joy is often triggered when we are fully present, experiencing life without distraction. The mind's tendency to dwell on the past or future can pull us away from the joy that exists in the here and now. When we are deeply immersed in the present moment, whether it's through mindful breathing, enjoying a conversation, or savoring the taste of our food, joy arises naturally. Being present allows us to access life's richness and beauty, revealing joy in its purest form. D. Creativity and expression. Creating, whether through art, writing, dancing, or any other form of self-expression can be a powerful internal trigger for joy. When we engage in activities that allow us to express our inner world, we often tap into a sense of freedom and flow that brings joy. Creativity aligns us with our essence, and in those moments of creation, joy shows up as a reminder of our innate ability to bring beauty and meaning into the world. Self-compassion and healing. When we allow ourselves to heal, forgive, and offer ourselves compassion, joy naturally follows. Releasing past hurts and embracing self-love are essential to clearing the emotional blockages that prevent joy from flourishing. Each step toward healing and self-acceptance brings us closer to experiencing joy as a consistent presence in our lives. 2 external triggers of joy. Though joy is intrinsic, it can also be triggered by external circumstances, experiences, and interactions. While external factors alone do not define or sustain joy, they can create the conditions that make joy more accessible and noticeable in our lives. These triggers often remind us of life's beauty and inspire us to feel more connected to ourselves and the world around us. A connection with others. One of the most powerful external triggers of joy is human connection. Whether it's through deep conversations, shared laughter, or acts of kindness, our interactions with others can amplify joy. Positive relationships, whether with friends, family, or even strangers, create an environment in which joy thrives. Acts of love and connection remind us that we are not alone, that we are part of something larger than ourselves, and this shared experience can invoke deep joy. Nature and the environment. The natural world has an incredible ability to trigger joy within us. The sight of a beautiful landscape, the sound of birdsong, or the feeling of the sun on our skin can bring an immediate sense of peace and happiness. Nature, with its inherent beauty, reminds us of the wonder and vitality of life. Spending time in nature, whether by hiking in the mountains, strolling through a park, or simply sitting in a garden, provides external triggers for joy that help us reconnect with ourselves and the earth. Acts of kindness and giving. Giving, whether it's through acts of kindness or charitable donations, can be an external trigger for joy. When we help others, we not only bring joy to them, but we also experience the joy of giving. This act of selflessness often creates a sense of fulfillment and connection that triggers joy within us. Whether through small gestures or larger acts of service, giving to others opens the floodgates of joy, creating a cycle of positivity and shared happiness. Achievements and successes. While joy does not depend on success or achievement, external accomplishments can trigger joy by validating our efforts and giving us a sense of fulfillment. Whether it's completing a project, achieving a goal, or overcoming an obstacle, these moments of success can evoke feelings of joy, pride, and satisfaction. However, it's important to remember that the joy we feel from external achievements is fleeting. True, lasting joy comes from within. Awe-inspiring experiences. Moments of awe and wonder, such as witnessing a breathtaking piece of art, experiencing a profound spiritual encounter, or seeing an extraordinary natural event, can trigger deep joy. These moments pull us out of the ordinary and remind us of the magic and mystery of life. Awe inspires gratitude and reverence, allowing joy to flood in as we become more attuned to the beauty of the world. 3. The dynamic nature of joy's triggers. Joy does not have a single trigger or source. It is a dynamic, fluid experience that can arise from many different places, both within and outside of us. What triggers joy for one person may be different for another, and what triggers joy at one point in our lives may change as we grow and evolve. The key to inviting more joy into our lives is to stay open to these triggers and remain curious about the sources of joy in each moment. While external triggers can provide temporary bursts of joy, the most sustainable joy arises from within. By cultivating internal conditions that allow joy to flourish, such as alignment with our authentic selves, mindfulness, and self-compassion, we create a fertile ground for joy to be triggered naturally, no matter the circumstances around us. For conclusion, embracing joy's triggers. Joy is not a random occurrence, but rather a natural response to certain triggers, both internal and external. By understanding the triggers of joy, we can become more intentional in inviting joy into our lives. Whether through self-expression, connection with others, moments of awe, or the simple practice of being present, joy can show up at any time. The more we pay attention to the triggers of joy, the more we begin to notice its presence, cultivating a deeper and more consistent experience of joy in our daily lives. Unexpected moments of joy, why it can appear even in hardship. Joy is often seen as a feeling that arises when things are going well, when life is flowing smoothly, and when everything seems to align. Yet, there are moments when joy shows up unexpectedly, especially in the midst of hardship, struggle, or even pain. This can be puzzling. How can joy arise when things seem difficult or even impossible? How can we experience joy in moments of loss, grief, or challenge? In this chapter, we will explore how joy can appear even in the most unexpected, trying circumstances. We'll look at the paradox of joy, why it sometimes shows up when life is difficult, and how these unexpected moments of joy offer us profound insights into the nature of life, suffering, and resilience. 1. The paradox of joy in hardship. Joy and hardship are often viewed as opposites, one representing ease, lightness, and pleasure, while the other represents struggle, pain, and difficulty. Yet, there is a paradox in how joy can emerge even when life feels heavy. This paradox invites us to reconsider our understanding of joy. Rather than joy being an external condition reliant on the absence of suffering, it can be viewed as an inner quality that remains untouched by the ups and downs of external circumstances. In difficult moments, joy can manifest in unexpected ways, sometimes through moments of clarity, deep connection, or even a fleeting sense of peace. 2. Joy as resilience. One of the most profound ways joy can appear during hardship is through resilience, the ability to face adversity without losing hope. Resilience doesn't just mean enduring hardship, it means experiencing joy even as we face the difficulty. In moments of adversity, joy can arise from the understanding that we are capable of overcoming challenges, that there is strength within us to continue, and that we can grow through suffering. When we acknowledge our own resilience, joy can arise as a quiet but powerful sense of empowerment. The awareness that we can survive, adapt, and even thrive through hardship brings a deep sense of fulfillment and purpose, a reminder of our innate ability to find meaning even in the hardest of times. 3. The transformative power of suffering. While suffering is undeniably painful, it also has the potential to transform us. It can open up new perspectives, bring about personal growth, and deepen our connection to life itself. When we experience hardship, we may confront parts of ourselves that we've neglected or been unaware of, and in doing so, we gain insight that leads to greater joy. In some of the most difficult moments, joy can emerge as a quiet revelation that we are not the sum of our pain, that our suffering does not define us, and that we have the power to rise above it. Joy can be a moment of deep realization that despite hardship, life is still beautiful, still meaningful, and still worth living. This transformative aspect of suffering can turn even the hardest of times into opportunities for growth and joy. 4. The healing nature of compassion and connection. During times of hardship, joy can also arise through compassion both for ourselves and for others. Hard times often bring us closer to those we love or help us develop a deeper sense of empathy for those who are also suffering. The shared experience of vulnerability and connection during difficult times can be incredibly healing. In such moments, joy may appear as an unexpected sense of connection and understanding. Whether it's through the simple act of comforting someone else or being comforted ourselves, these moments of human connection can remind us of the love, kindness, and support that exist even in the midst of hardship. Compassion, both giving and receiving, creates fertile ground for joy to blossom, even in the darkest of times. 5. Finding joy in the present moment. During difficult times, we may feel as though the future is uncertain or that life is filled with endless struggle. But even in such moments, joy can arise when we allow ourselves to be fully present. When we stop focusing on the problems ahead or dwell on the pain of the past, we may find that there is joy to be found in the present moment. This joy may appear in small ways, through a deep breath, a moment of silence, the touch of a loved one's hand, or even the beauty of nature. When we focus on what is happening right now, rather than being consumed by our worries or fears, joy reveals itself in the simplicity of the present moment. This fleeting joy, though it may be brief, serves as a powerful reminder that life still holds beauty, even amidst the difficulties. 6. The role of faith and hope in times of hardship. Faith and hope can be powerful sources of unexpected joy. Even when we cannot see a way forward, the belief that there is something greater than ourselves, or that things will eventually improve, can spark moments of joy. This isn't necessarily about religious faith, though it can be for some. It's about a sense of trust in the process of life and the belief that even in suffering, there is potential for something positive to emerge. Faith and hope act as anchors during tough times, and in doing so, they provide moments of joy. It may not be joy that is fully realized yet, but it's the belief that joy is still possible, that this too shall pass, and that we are not alone in our struggles. 7. The healing power of laughter. Laughter is a unique form of joy that can arise even in difficult times. In the midst of hardship, we may find ourselves laughing at the absurdity of life or at the odd moments of lightness that appear despite everything. Laughter provides a temporary escape from suffering, allowing us to release tension and momentarily reconnect with joy. This doesn't diminish the pain we may be experiencing, but it offers us a glimpse of the resilience of the human spirit. Laughter can remind us that even in hardship, we can still find moments of levity, and that joy is not bound by external circumstances. 8. Embracing the fullness of life. Ultimately, joy appearing in moments of hardship is a reminder that life is both light and dark, full and empty, joyful and painful. Embracing all aspects of our experience, the pain and the joy, allows us to live fully, authentically, and with deep gratitude. It's through the contrast between joy and suffering that we come to appreciate the depth and complexity of life. Sometimes, joy is not something we find despite hardship, but because of it. It is through the pain, the growth, and the lessons learned that joy emerges, shining more brightly as we begin to understand that life is richer for its struggles. 9. Conclusion. Embracing unexpected joy. Joy, when it appears in the midst of hardship, serves as a powerful reminder of our resilience, the depth of human experience, and the beauty of life itself. Whether it emerges through moments of compassion, connection, or personal growth, unexpected joy teaches us that we are capable of finding light even in the darkest of times. By staying open to joy, no matter the circumstances, we create the possibility for it to appear, transforming even the hardest moments into opportunities for growth, healing, and ultimately, joy. Joy is a natural state that seeks to return. Joy is often seen as something fleeting, a temporary emotion that we experience during moments of pleasure or success. However, when we look deeper, we can uncover a more profound truth. Joy is not something external that we chase or seek out, it is our natural state. It is something that, despite the challenges we face, always yearns to return. It is intrinsic to who we are, woven into the fabric of our being, and like a river flowing back to its source, joy constantly seeks to flow back into our lives. In this chapter, we will explore the concept of joy as a natural state, an essential aspect of who we are. We will examine how joy is not something to be earned or attained, but rather something to be rediscovered, welcomed, and embraced. We will discuss the ways in which joy always seeks to return, even after periods of disconnection, struggle, or suffering. 1. Joy is our birthright. At the core of our being, joy is our birthright. From the moment we are born, joy is the natural vibration that resonates within us. It is the essence of life itself, a deep, authentic state of well-being and contentment that transcends circumstances. As children, we experience joy freely and effortlessly, laughing, playing, and exploring the world with wonder and delight. This unfiltered joy is part of who we are, a fundamental aspect of our true nature. As we grow older, the external world and our experiences can sometimes cloud or suppress this natural state of joy. We may encounter hardship, disappointment, or trauma that creates a disconnect from this joy. Yet, no matter how far we may stray from it, joy remains within us, always waiting for the moment when we are ready to reconnect. It is our constant companion, even when we are unaware of its presence. 2. The pull of joy. Joy is not something that requires constant effort to maintain, it is an energy that naturally seeks to return, even when we are distant from it. Think of it as the gravitational pull of our authentic selves. Just as a plant always strives toward the sunlight, or a river finds its way to the ocean, joy seeks to come back to us, no matter the obstacles in its path. In times of difficulty, suffering, or confusion, we may feel as though joy is a distant memory or a foreign concept. However, this sense of disconnection is often temporary. As we heal, grow, and open ourselves up to our deeper truth, joy naturally resurfaces. It is a process of returning home, of aligning once more with the essence of who we truly are. The more we nurture our inner world, the stronger this pull of joy becomes, drawing us closer to it with each step we take toward healing and self-acceptance. 3. The resilience of joy. Joy is resilient. Even after periods of loss, grief, or hardship, it has an innate ability to bounce back. Like a seed that lies dormant through winter, joy can remain hidden beneath the surface until the right conditions arise for it to flourish again. Sometimes, we may feel as though joy is lost forever, but it is never truly gone. It simply waits for the moment when we are ready to reconnect with it, when we have cleared the blockages, healed the wounds, and opened ourselves to its presence. The resilience of joy is what allows it to return even after long periods of absence. It is a force of nature, undeterred by the storms of life. Just as the seasons change, so too does joy return, reminding us that no matter the difficulties we face, it is always there, waiting to be rediscovered. 4. The role of surrender in reconnecting with joy. One of the key aspects of joy's return is our willingness to surrender, to let go of the resistance that keeps us from fully embracing it. When we hold on to old beliefs, past hurts, or expectations about how joy should look, we block its flow. But when we release control and allow ourselves to experience life as it is without judgment or attachment, joy can flow freely once again. Surrendering does not mean giving up or resigning ourselves to a life of passivity. It means letting go of the need to control every aspect of our lives, and instead, trusting that joy will come when we create space for it. It is about being open to life's unfolding, trusting that joy will return at the right moment, in the right way. The more we surrender, the more we allow joy to naturally flow into our lives. 5. The healing power of joy's return. When joy returns, it has a profound healing power. Just as sunlight can heal a plant that has been deprived of light, joy can heal the wounds of the soul. The return of joy is often accompanied by a sense of renewal, a fresh perspective, a sense of lightness, and an ease that wasn't there before. It lifts us out of despair and guides us back to a sense of hope, love, and connection. This healing power of joy is not just emotional, it can also be physical, mental, and spiritual. When we reconnect with joy, it affects every aspect of our being. It revitalizes our energy, restores our sense of purpose, and reminds us of the beauty and goodness that still exist in the world. Joy acts as a balm for the heart, soothing the pain and opening us to greater possibilities. 6. Cultivating the return of joy. While joy is a natural state that seeks to return, there are practices we can engage in to invite its return more consciously. Nurturing joy requires us to be present, to cultivate gratitude, and to embrace life with an open heart. Here are some ways to cultivate the return of joy. Mindfulness and presence. Being present in the moment helps us connect with the natural flow of joy, allowing us to appreciate the simple pleasures of life. When we are mindful, we create the space for joy to show up. Gratitude. Practicing gratitude shifts our focus from what is lacking to what is abundant, opening our hearts to joy. When we appreciate the good in our lives, we invite more of it in. Self-compassion. Being kind to ourselves, especially during difficult times, allows us to release self-judgment and open ourselves to the return of joy. Self-compassion creates a safe space for joy to emerge, free from the constraints of guilt or shame. Healing practices. Engaging in practices that support healing, whether through meditation, therapy, journaling, or creative expression, helps us clear the blockages that prevent joy from flowing freely. 7. The eternal nature of joy. Ultimately, joy is not something that comes and goes, it is a part of the eternal self. While we may experience it more fully at certain points in our lives, it is always within us, waiting to return when we are ready. It is like a light that never truly goes out, no matter how dark it may seem. Even in the most difficult times, joy exists beneath the surface, waiting for the moment when we open ourselves to it once again. This understanding shifts our relationship with joy. Instead of seeing it as something we must chase or attain, we begin to see it as an inherent quality that we simply need to reconnect with. By embracing this natural state of joy, we allow it to flow more freely in our lives, and we remember that joy is always there, guiding us back to our true selves. 8. Conclusion: welcoming joy home. Joy is not a distant goal to be reached or a fleeting experience to be sought. It is our natural state, always seeking to return. By embracing this truth, we create the conditions for joy to flow effortlessly into our lives. We do not need to force it or strive for it, we simply need to create the space for it to return. And when it does, we welcome it with open arms, knowing that it has always been a part of us, waiting to be rediscovered. By recognizing that joy is a constant, natural force within us, we can begin to live with more ease, trust, and openness, allowing joy to return and flourish in every aspect of our lives. Chapter 7: Why does joy come back if it was gone? The resilience of joy, why it's never truly lost. Joy is an elusive yet powerful force. At times, it may feel as though joy has completely disappeared, especially when life becomes difficult or when we face profound challenges. Yet, even in the darkest of moments, joy has a way of returning, as if it has never truly left. This chapter will explore the resilience of joy and why it always finds its way back, no matter how long it seems to be gone. 1. Joy is an inherent part of who we are. One of the most profound truths about joy is that it is not something that comes and goes like a passing mood or a fleeting experience. Instead, joy is an inherent part of our being. It is woven into the very fabric of who we are, embedded in our hearts and minds. When we experience a loss of joy, it is often because we have lost touch with this fundamental part of ourselves. However, just as a seed remains within the soil even when it is hidden from sight, joy remains within us even when we cannot perceive it. It is always there, just waiting for the right moment to sprout and grow. Our connection to joy is not destroyed, it is merely covered, buried beneath layers of fear, hurt, or disconnection. But like the sun that can never be completely obscured by clouds, joy is resilient and always seeks to return. 2. The nature of life's ups and downs. Life is full of ebbs and flows, of highs and lows, and joy is not immune to these natural rhythms. Just as we experience moments of pleasure and satisfaction, we also face challenges, losses, and pain. These difficult moments can create distance from our natural state of joy. The heaviness of grief, stress, or hardship may cloud our perception of joy, leading us to believe it has vanished. However, just as night eventually gives way to day, difficult times do not last forever. Life is cyclical, and the experience of joy follows this cycle. The lows make the highs even more precious, and joy returns as part of the natural ebb and flow of existence. Just as seasons change, so too does our experience of joy, with periods of darkness eventually giving way to the return of light. 3. The power of healing and growth. Another reason why joy always returns is due to the inherent capacity for healing and growth that exists within us. When we go through hard times or periods of suffering, there is a natural process of healing that begins, often without us even realizing it. Our emotional, mental, and spiritual bodies have an incredible ability to heal and restore balance. As we heal, we become more open to the return of joy. Healing is not linear, and it takes time. We may not always see the progress we are making, but over time, as we release old wounds, reframe painful experiences, and work through our challenges, joy begins to re-emerge. This process is not about forcing joy to come back, it's about creating the conditions for it to return naturally. As we clear out the obstacles in our hearts and minds, we create space for joy to flow back in. 4. The role of surrender in joy's return. When joy seems to be absent, one of the most important things we can do is surrender. This doesn't mean giving up or resigning ourselves to despair, rather, it means letting go of the need to control or force joy to return. When we are attached to the idea of when or how joy should come back, we only create more resistance. However, when we surrender to the flow of life and trust that joy will return when the time is right, we open ourselves to its natural re-emergence. Surrender is about releasing the need for things to be different than they are. It's about accepting the present moment and trusting that joy, like everything else, will return in its own time. When we stop resisting, we allow space for joy to come back and fill the void. It is in the act of letting go that we often find joy creeping back in. 5. Joy's return is a reminder of our strength. The return of joy is not just about the presence of positive emotions, it is also a reminder of our strength and resilience. When joy returns after a period of absence, it brings with it a sense of empowerment. It reminds us that we have the capacity to overcome adversity and that our connection to joy is unbreakable. Each time joy returns, it strengthens our belief in ourselves and in life's inherent goodness. It is a testament to our ability to persevere, to heal, and to reconnect with the things that matter most. When joy returns, it is a reflection of the inner work we have done, the lessons we have learned, and the growth we have experienced. It is a symbol of our resilience, showing us that no matter what happens, joy is always within our reach. 6. The healing power of joy's return. Just as joy is a balm for the soul, its return is often a powerful healing experience. When joy re-enters our lives, it can create a profound shift in our emotional, mental, and even physical states. The energy that joy brings is transformative. It clears away negativity, restores our sense of peace, and brings us back to our true selves. The return of joy can also have a ripple effect on our lives. It spreads to those around us, uplifting them in ways we may not even realize. When we are in a state of joy, we radiate positivity, and others are often drawn to that energy. This creates a cycle. As joy returns to us, it has the potential to multiply and spread outward, creating more joy in the world. 7. Why joy never truly leaves us. Ultimately, joy is never truly gone, it simply goes into hiding during times of difficulty or disconnection. Even when we are unaware of it, joy is always there, patiently waiting for us to reconnect with it. The presence of joy is part of our spiritual DNA, it is who we are at the deepest level. Just as the ocean's tides rise and fall, so too does joy ebb and flow in our lives. But the tides always return. We may not always see it, but joy is always with us, within us, and around us, waiting for the moment when we are ready to welcome it back into our hearts. 8. Conclusion. Welcoming joy's return. Understanding that joy is never truly lost allows us to approach life's challenges with more grace and patience. Instead of feeling discouraged or hopeless when joy seems absent, we can trust that it is simply waiting for the right conditions to return. When joy reappears in our lives, we are reminded of its resilience, its power to heal, and its ability to bring us back to our true selves. By trusting in joy's return and embracing its healing energy, we create space for it to come back, stronger and more vibrant than ever before. As you move forward in your journey, remember that joy is not a destination but a natural part of who you are. Even when it feels far away, joy is always there, always waiting for you to rediscover it. And when it returns, it will remind you that you have the strength and resilience to embrace it fully, no matter where you are on your path. How suffering, loss, or darkness can lead to deeper joy. Joy is often thought of as a bright, radiant force that brings light to our lives. However, life is not always filled with moments of sunshine and ease. We face times of suffering, loss, and darkness, moments where joy feels distant or even impossible to find. Yet, these very experiences, though painful, hold the potential to lead us to deeper, more profound joy. This chapter will explore how suffering, loss, and darkness are not the antithesis of joy but rather its fertile ground, where the seeds of a richer, more meaningful joy are sown. 1. The depths of suffering reveal the heights of joy. It's often in the darkest times of our lives that we come to understand the true depth of joy. When we experience pain, loss, or suffering, it creates a contrast, a gap between where we are and where we long to be. This contrast sharpens our awareness of what joy truly means and allows us to appreciate it more fully when it comes. Just as we cannot know light without experiencing darkness, we cannot truly understand the value of joy without knowing the depths of suffering. Our experiences with pain shape our capacity to appreciate the moments of peace, bliss, and beauty that joy brings. Without these trials, we may never fully comprehend the transformative power of joy. Through suffering, we are given a contrast that highlights joy's true essence, making it even more precious and meaningful. To growth through adversity, the transformation of pain. Adversity has a unique way of fostering growth. When we face pain or hardship, we are often forced to look inward, to reflect on our beliefs, our desires, and the essence of who we are. This process of self-exploration, though uncomfortable, can be deeply transformative. As we navigate loss or darkness, we gain a deeper understanding of ourselves, our values, and our relationship to the world. We shed layers of ego, illusion, and attachment, emerging from the experience more authentic and connected to our inner selves. This transformation opens the door to a deeper, more grounded joy, one that is not based on external circumstances, but rooted in a profound sense of inner peace and understanding. Joy that arises after suffering is often a result of this inner growth. It is the joy that comes from knowing we have survived, learned, and grown stronger. It is the joy of finding light even in the darkest of times, a joy that is not fragile or fleeting, but deeply anchored in the resilience and wisdom we gain through our struggles. 3. The healing power of loss. Loss, whether it be the death of a loved one, the end of a relationship, or the loss of something meaningful, is an experience that can shake us to our core. Yet, in its wake, loss often opens up space for healing and renewal. The emptiness we feel from a loss is not just a void, it is a place where new growth can take root. In the aftermath of loss, we are often forced to confront our deepest fears, attachments, and wounds. This confrontation can be incredibly painful, but it is also where healing begins. Through this process, we learn to let go of what no longer serves us, freeing ourselves to embrace new experiences, new relationships, and, ultimately, a deeper form of joy. Loss teaches us the impermanence of life and encourages us to embrace each moment as precious. This awareness fosters gratitude, which, in turn, deepens our connection to joy. It is through the experience of loss that we come to understand the importance of living fully and appreciating the fleeting beauty of life. 4. Darkness as a path to light. Darkness, in its many forms, whether emotional, psychological, or spiritual, can feel overwhelming and oppressive. Yet, darkness is also a powerful teacher. In the absence of light, we are compelled to search for it, to seek out the truth that resides within us. Darkness can strip away the distractions of the external world, forcing us to confront our innermost thoughts, fears, and desires. When we face our shadows, we uncover parts of ourselves that we may have neglected or denied. This process of self-discovery is often painful, but it ultimately leads to greater wholeness and authenticity. As we integrate these parts of ourselves, we emerge from the darkness with a deeper understanding of who we are and a more profound sense of joy. Moreover, it is through overcoming the darkness that we come to appreciate the light. Just as a light shines brightest in the darkness, our capacity to experience joy becomes more vivid after we have faced the challenges and trials of life. The contrast between light and dark enhances the intensity of our joy, making it feel more genuine and rewarding. 5. The gift of perspective. Joy after struggle. After experiencing suffering, loss, or darkness, we often find that we view life from a new perspective. The hardships we endure help us let go of the small things that once seemed so important: petty frustrations, material desires, and superficial goals. Instead, we begin to appreciate what truly matters: love, connection, inner peace, and the simple joys of life. This new perspective allows us to live more intentionally, focusing on what truly brings us joy. We no longer take things for granted; instead, we savor the moments of beauty, love, and connection that we encounter every day. In this way, suffering becomes a catalyst for deeper joy, teaching us to live more fully and more authentically. The joy that arises after struggle is often richer and more profound than the joy we experienced before. It is a joy that is earned through perseverance, wisdom, and self-awareness. It is a joy that is deeply rooted in our understanding of life's fleeting nature and our ability to navigate its challenges with grace and resilience. 6. The circle of life. Joy and suffering as partners. Rather than viewing joy and suffering as opposites, we can begin to see them as partners in the dance of life. Just as day follows night, joy and suffering are interconnected, each giving rise to the other. Suffering provides the contrast that makes joy more vivid, while joy brings healing and growth after suffering. They exist in a continuous cycle, each influencing and enriching the other. In this way, suffering does not negate joy, rather, it deepens it. The pain we endure enhances the sweetness of joy, just as the darkest hour before dawn makes the sunrise even more beautiful. Through this lens, we can embrace both the light and the dark, knowing that each contributes to the richness of our experience and the depth of our joy. 7. Conclusion: embracing both joy and suffering. Ultimately, the relationship between suffering, loss, darkness, and joy is one of transformation. Our hardships may not always be easy to bear, but they offer us opportunities to grow, heal, and deepen our understanding of life and ourselves. It is through these experiences that we come to realize that true joy is not a fleeting emotion or a shallow happiness, it is a deep, resilient force that is born from the very depths of our being. By embracing both the light and the dark, we cultivate a joy that is not dependent on external circumstances, but rooted in our inner strength and resilience. This deeper joy is the joy that can withstand any storm, the joy that will always return, no matter how dark the night may seem. And it is this joy born from suffering, loss, and darkness that is the truest and most lasting joy of all. The cycle of return, joy's ability to regenerate. Joy is not a fleeting experience, nor is it something that once lost is gone forever. One of its most remarkable qualities is its ability to regenerate, to return after periods of absence, darkness, or suffering. This regenerative nature of joy is a testament to its resilience, and it points to the idea that joy is an inherent part of us, something that, once experienced, never truly leaves. Even in times of hardship or despair, joy has the remarkable ability to regenerate itself, rising again from the depths of our being. 1. The eternal nature of joy. Joy, at its core, is not something that is easily extinguished. While emotions and experiences may shift and change, joy has an eternal quality. It is always there, waiting to return when the conditions are right. This is why we can often find joy emerging after we've gone through hard times. It's as though joy is built into the very fabric of our being, waiting for the opportunity to re-emerge. Even in our darkest moments, joy has the capacity to regenerate. It may not always be immediately visible, but it is still present, tucked away like a seed beneath the soil, waiting for the right conditions to sprout. This regenerative quality of joy is one of its most profound aspects. It doesn't depend on external circumstances, and it doesn't disappear forever, even when it feels distant. It simply needs space and time to return. 2. The seasons of joy. Just as nature goes through cycles of growth, dormancy, and rebirth, so does joy. There are seasons in our lives when joy is abundant, when everything feels aligned, and the world seems to be radiating positivity. Then, there are times when joy feels absent, overshadowed by pain, loss, or challenge. These seasons are not permanent, they ebb and flow, and joy will always return, just like the changing of seasons. In periods of darkness or difficulty, we may feel as though joy has abandoned us, but it is during these times that joy is quietly regenerating, preparing to return when we are ready to receive it. Like the dormant plants awaiting the spring, joy needs time to heal and rejuvenate. The cycle of return is natural and inevitable. We may not always understand the timing, but trust in this regenerative process is key to embracing joy as a continuous, ever-renewing force in our lives. 3. The role of healing in joy's return. Joy's ability to regenerate is deeply linked to healing. When we go through emotional or spiritual pain, we often enter a process of healing that creates space for joy to return. Healing doesn't just mean recovering from trauma or suffering, it also means making room for new experiences, new understandings, and new relationships with ourselves and others. As we heal, we clear the way for joy to re-enter our lives in deeper, more fulfilling ways. Just as wounds heal over time, joy does the same. It regenerates when we are able to open ourselves up to it, when we are no longer weighed down by the past or held back by fear. The process of healing, whether through self-reflection, forgiveness, or simply time, prepares us to welcome joy back. The regeneration of joy is part of this cycle. After we release old pain and limiting beliefs, joy has the space to bloom again, often more fully and brightly than before. For the power of resilience. Another reason joy regenerates is because of resilience, the human ability to bounce back from hardship. Resilience is not just about surviving tough times, it's about learning, growing, and evolving through them. When we cultivate resilience, we are better equipped to weather life's storms, and as a result, joy can emerge from these challenges with even more vitality. Resilience helps us understand that joy isn't dependent on everything being perfect or easy. It is available even when things are difficult, and our ability to persevere through hardship only enhances our capacity to experience it. When we bounce back from loss, failure, or pain, we find that joy is still there, waiting to greet us. This regenerative nature of joy is intricately connected to our inner strength and our willingness to rise again, no matter how many times we fall. 5. How joy finds its way back. Joy's regenerative nature is also tied to our innate ability to reconnect with it. Even when it feels like joy has slipped away, we have the power to call it back into our lives. It's not about forcing joy to return, but rather about creating the conditions for it to reappear naturally. Sometimes, joy comes back in subtle ways through small moments of appreciation, connection, or peace. Other times, it may return with full force, flooding our hearts and minds with light. Whether it's through a deep, mindful breath, an act of kindness, or a sudden burst of laughter, joy has its own rhythm of return. It may take time, but if we are patient and open, joy will always find its way back to us. The process of inviting joy back is also about letting go of the need to control it or force its arrival. It's about surrendering to the flow of life and allowing joy to regenerate on its own terms. This acceptance and openness create the right environment for joy to rise from the depths once more. 6. The regeneration of joy in relationships. One of the most beautiful ways joy regenerates is through relationships. When we connect with others, especially in moments of vulnerability, love, and shared experience, joy often comes back into our lives. Relationships have a unique way of fostering joy's return, whether through the support of loved ones or the joy found in the act of giving and receiving. In relationships, joy is contagious. It can regenerate in the warmth of a hug, a meaningful conversation, or a shared experience of laughter. Joy spreads through connections, and when we nurture those connections, we create an environment where joy can flourish. Even in times of hardship, relationships can be the breeding ground for joy's return. The support, compassion, and love we receive from others often help us rediscover joy within ourselves. 7. Conclusion. The unstoppable cycle of joy. The regenerative nature of joy is a reminder that no matter how challenging life becomes, joy is never truly gone. It has an unstoppable cycle of return, always ready to rise again from the depths of our being. Whether through healing, resilience, relationships, or simply the passage of time, joy has the ability to regenerate and emerge more vibrant than before. This cycle of return is not only a testament to the enduring nature of joy but also a reminder that joy is not something we have to chase. It is always present within us, waiting for the right moment to bloom once again. Embracing this regenerative cycle allows us to live with a sense of hope and trust, knowing that joy will always find its way back to us, no matter what we face. Chapter 8. Why joy is the most important thing. All paths lead to joy, every goal, desire, and purpose ultimately seeks it. In the grand tapestry of life, joy is the thread that connects all things. Every goal we set, every desire we chase, every purpose we pursue at the deepest level points to joy. Whether consciously or unconsciously, our lives are a journey toward it. Joy is not a destination, but the essence of every experience. It is the underlying force driving us forward, even when we think we are striving for something entirely different. 1. The core of all goals and desires. At first glance, our goals may seem varied: success in our careers, financial stability, fame, recognition, or even physical pleasure. But if we dig deeper, we realize that these goals are not ends in themselves, they are merely stepping stones to something greater. Beneath the surface of every pursuit is a yearning for fulfillment, for meaning, for connection, and ultimately, for joy. For example, when someone seeks wealth, it may seem like the goal is money. But what they are truly after is the freedom, security, and comfort that money can bring, feelings that contribute to a sense of joy. When we strive for success, we are not just after achievements, but the sense of pride, satisfaction, and joy that comes with accomplishing something meaningful. Even our desires for pleasure, whether physical, emotional, or mental, are ultimately expressions of a longing for joy. At their core, we are seeking experiences that make us feel alive, content, and happy. The pursuit of pleasure, then, is really the pursuit of joy in another form. Joy is the fulfillment of all human needs. Joy is the ultimate fulfillment of all our needs: emotional, psychological, and even physical. Maslow's hierarchy of needs illustrates how we have various stages of desires, from basic survival needs like food and safety to higher psychological needs like love and self-actualization. But at the top of this pyramid, what we truly seek is a sense of inner peace, connection, and joy. When we feel joy, we are aligned with our highest selves. It is the state of being where all our needs are met, not just superficially, but on the deepest level. Joy is the alignment of body, mind, and spirit. It transcends the external conditions of our lives and connects us to something greater than ourselves, something universal, eternal, and fulfilling. In this way, joy is not just a goal, it is the very substance of a life well lived. All our desires and goals, when pursued with the awareness of joy as the ultimate aim, become tools for deeper fulfillment. Joy is the baseline, the undercurrent, and the essence of everything we truly want. 3. Why joy is the purpose of life. The search for joy is not merely a reaction to suffering or hardship, it is the driving force of our existence. Our purpose in life, whether we recognize it or not, is ultimately to find and experience joy. In the Buddhist tradition, enlightenment is not about transcendence or self-sacrifice, it is about discovering the boundless joy that resides within us. Similarly, in many other spiritual traditions, the ultimate goal is not external achievement, but inner peace and joy. Joy is not something we acquire, it is something we uncover. It is not a result of getting everything we want, but the understanding that joy is already present within us, waiting to be expressed. Our lives are a journey of rediscovering this joy, of peeling back the layers of conditioning, fear, and doubt that obscure it. This understanding places joy at the heart of our purpose. It is the reason we wake up every morning, the reason we go through challenges, the reason we keep moving forward. Our highest purpose is to live joyfully, not as a temporary feeling, but as a way of being. When we align with this purpose, we find that joy is not something to chase, but something to awaken within ourselves, regardless of the external circumstances. For the universal truth of joy, the beauty of joy lies in its universality. It is not exclusive to a select few or reserved for special occasions. Every human being, regardless of their background, circumstances, or station in life, has the ability to access joy. The desire for joy is universal, it transcends culture, race, and religion. Across all societies and belief systems, joy is sought, revered, and celebrated as the ultimate state of well-being. In fact, the pursuit of joy is a shared human experience, often found at the heart of our stories, myths, and aspirations. Whether through art, music, love, or community, humans have always sought to express and experience joy. Even in times of hardship or suffering, joy remains a universal thread, an innate part of the human condition, waiting to be rediscovered. This universal truth makes joy the most important thing in our lives. It is the essence of what we all desire, what we all strive for, and what connects us all. Every path we take, whether it leads to wealth, fame, love, or spiritual awakening, ultimately leads us toward the same destination, joy. 5. The role of joy in healing and growth. Joy plays a vital role in our personal growth and healing. While pain and suffering can provide opportunities for learning and transformation, it is joy that ultimately heals and renews us. Joy is the balm that soothes emotional wounds, the light that dispels darkness, and the energy that fuels growth. When we experience joy, we are lifted beyond the limitations of fear, doubt, and negativity. Joy opens up new possibilities for us, enabling us to see the world in a more expansive and hopeful way. It connects us to our innate power and potential, and through this connection, we become more resilient, more compassionate, and more aligned with our true purpose. In the healing process, joy is not something that merely follows recovery, it is an essential part of it. Joy allows us to transcend our past wounds and rise above them. It is the force that propels us forward, helping us move from pain to peace, from suffering to serenity. 6. Joy is the ultimate path to fulfillment. Joy is not just a goal in itself, it is the means to everything we desire. It is the energy behind all our efforts, the fulfillment of every longing, and the reason for every action. As we walk the path of life, we may pursue many different goals, but at the end of the day, all roads lead to the same place, joy. When we focus on joy as the ultimate aim, everything else falls into place. Relationships become deeper, work becomes more fulfilling, and life, in general, becomes more meaningful. When we live in alignment with joy, we are not just achieving personal happiness, we are living in harmony with the universe, embracing our highest potential, and fulfilling our true purpose. 7. Conclusion. Embracing joy is the most important thing. Joy is the most important thing because it is the essence of life itself. It is the culmination of every desire, the fulfillment of every need, and the ultimate purpose of every human being. Joy is the force that drives us, heals us, and connects us. It is the heart of all our goals and the soul of our aspirations. When we recognize that joy is not just a passing feeling but the very fabric of our existence, we can begin to live with greater intention, purpose, and fulfillment. All paths lead to joy, because joy is the destination and the journey of life itself. By embracing joy as our most important goal, we align ourselves with the deepest truth of our being and the true purpose of our existence. Joy is the core of meaning, fulfillment, and love. At the heart of every meaningful pursuit, every experience of fulfillment, and every act of love lies a singular force, joy. Joy is not just a transient emotion or a fleeting pleasure, it is the core of our existence. It is the energy that drives us to seek meaning in our lives, to find fulfillment in our actions, and to express love in our relationships. 1. Joy is the essence of meaning. Meaning is not found in the external world alone, though many of us seek it there. We look for purpose in our work, our relationships, and our accomplishments. But true meaning, the kind that transcends circumstance and endures through time, is rooted in joy. When we experience joy, we touch the deeper truth of who we are. It is in those moments of pure joy that we feel the alignment between our inner selves and the universe. Meaning arises when we live in harmony with our true nature. When we engage in acts that bring us joy, whether it's creative expression, helping others, or following our passions, we create a sense of purpose. This purpose isn't driven by external validation or societal expectations, but by the deep knowing that we are contributing to something greater than ourselves. In this way, joy is the essence of meaning itself. It is the silent affirmation that we are on the right path, that we are living in alignment with our highest purpose. 2. Joy is the foundation of fulfillment. Fulfillment comes when we feel complete and whole, when our efforts are aligned with our desires, and when we experience a sense of satisfaction in our lives. But true fulfillment is not about external achievements or accumulating possessions, it is about an internal state of being. Joy is the foundation of this state. It is the feeling that arises when we live authentically, when we connect with our passions, and when we embrace life fully. True fulfillment comes from within. It is the sense of peace that arises when we let go of fear, worry, and the need for approval. It is the satisfaction of knowing that we have given our best, that we have lived with intention, and that we have cultivated joy in every aspect of our lives. When joy is at the core of our actions and choices, we experience a deep sense of fulfillment, regardless of the external circumstances. 3. Joy is the heart of love. Love, at its deepest level, is an expression of joy. It is the force that connects us to others, that binds us in shared understanding, and that fuels our compassion. When we experience joy, we naturally want to share it, to spread it, and to extend it to those around us. Love flows from joy like a river, overflowing with generosity and care. Love is not just an emotion, it is an active expression of joy in the form of kindness, patience, and understanding. When we are filled with joy, we naturally want to lift others up, to encourage them, and to help them find their own joy. In this way, joy and love are inseparable. Love is the channel through which joy flows outward, and joy is the energy that makes love possible. Furthermore, the most profound expressions of love, whether between partners, family, friends, or even strangers, are rooted in mutual joy. It is in these shared moments of joy that we experience the deepest connection to others, that we find the most meaning, and that we are most fulfilled. Love, when grounded in joy, is limitless and unshakable. It does not depend on external conditions or circumstances but springs forth from an inner well of happiness and contentment. For joy is the source of abundance. Joy is not only the core of meaning, fulfillment, and love, it is also the source of abundance. When we cultivate joy in our lives, we open the floodgates to abundance in all areas: financial, emotional, creative, and spiritual. Abundance flows naturally from a place of joy because joy aligns us with the flow of life, where everything we need is available to us in the right moment. When we live with joy, we are in a state of openness and receptivity. We are not grasping or hoarding but allowing ourselves to receive what is meant for us. Joy attracts abundance because it comes from a place of trust and surrender. It is the understanding that life is not a struggle but a dance, and when we embrace joy, we align with the natural rhythm of the universe. 5. Joy is the heartbeat of life. At its core, joy is the heartbeat of life itself. It is the energy that keeps us going, that fuels our dreams, and that sustains us through difficult times. When we live in joy, we experience a deeper connection to the pulse of existence. We are in tune with the natural flow of life, with the ebb and flow of emotions, experiences, and circumstances. Joy is not a destination, it is the journey itself. It is the energy that animates everything we do, the force that makes life worth living. When we cultivate joy as our core state, we invite the full spectrum of life into our experience. We find meaning in the mundane, fulfillment in the ordinary, and love in every moment. 6. Conclusion: embrace joy as the core of your life. Joy is not something to be pursued as a distant goal. It is the very core of who we are and the essence of everything we truly desire. When we recognize joy as the heart of meaning, fulfillment, and love, we shift our focus from external achievements to inner alignment. We stop searching for joy outside of ourselves and instead cultivate it from within. By embracing joy as the core of our lives, we open ourselves to a world of infinite possibility, deep connection, and boundless love. We create lives that are not just successful by worldly standards but meaningful and fulfilling in ways that truly matter. When joy is at the core of everything we do, we live in harmony with ourselves, with others, and with the universe. If you chase joy directly, do you win life? The pursuit of joy is often portrayed as the ultimate goal of human existence. It is the beacon that many strive toward, the promise of happiness, fulfillment, and a life well lived. But what happens when we chase joy directly? Is it the surefire path to winning at life, or does it hold the potential to elude us if we focus on it too intently? 1. The paradox of chasing joy. At first glance, it might seem logical that chasing joy would lead us to the best possible life. After all, joy is what we all desire at our core, so why not focus solely on obtaining it? However, the very act of chasing joy can sometimes create a paradox. When we make joy the singular goal, we risk turning it into a fleeting pursuit rather than an organic experience. In the pursuit of joy, we often encounter the shadow side of desire, the pressure to obtain it, the fear of losing it, and the constant chase for more. This can create a cycle of craving and frustration, where joy becomes something external to be caught, rather than an internal state to be cultivated. When joy becomes something we chase, we may miss the truth that it is a natural state of being, something that arises when we live authentically, aligned with our true self and purpose. 2. Joy found through alignment, not pursuit. Instead of chasing joy directly, the key to experiencing lasting joy often lies in alignment. Joy comes not from relentless striving but from being in harmony with who we are at our core. It arises when we make decisions based on our values, our passions, and our connection to others. When we chase joy directly, we can lose sight of the deeper reasons behind our desires. We may seek external sources of pleasure or success in the hopes they will bring us lasting happiness, only to find that they fall short. True joy, however, often finds us when we are not focused on its acquisition but on living a life that feels meaningful, purposeful, and authentic. By aligning our actions with our values, joy becomes a byproduct of living our truth, rather than something we need to hunt down. 3. The trap of external validation. In our culture, joy is often tied to external accomplishments, material success, status, or the approval of others. When we chase joy through these means, we can easily fall into the trap of seeking validation from the outside world. This is a cycle that never truly ends, because no amount of external success can provide lasting joy unless it is aligned with our inner truth. When we place joy outside of ourselves, we allow the opinions and expectations of others to dictate our experience. This not only disconnects us from our authentic self but also puts our joy in a precarious position dependent on factors beyond our control. The key to truly winning at life is not to chase joy externally but to cultivate an internal foundation where joy arises naturally, regardless of external circumstances. 4. The wisdom of detachment. One of the most powerful lessons in the pursuit of joy is the wisdom of detachment. When we stop chasing joy and instead allow it to flow naturally, we begin to experience a deeper and more enduring sense of happiness. This is not to say we should give up on seeking joy, but rather that we should detach from the need to control or force its arrival. Detachment doesn't mean indifference or resignation, it means surrendering to the flow of life and trusting that joy will come when we align with it. By letting go of the need to chase joy, we free ourselves from the anxiety and pressure that often accompanies the pursuit of external rewards. Joy then becomes a natural consequence of our alignment with our true purpose and values, rather than something we constantly strive for. 5. Joy is a state of being, not a goal. Ultimately, joy is not a destination, but a state of being. When we focus solely on chasing it, we treat it as something to be obtained in the future, something that depends on conditions outside of ourselves. But when we understand joy as a state of being, we recognize that it is something we can cultivate in every moment, regardless of circumstances. In this sense, winning at life is not about chasing joy, but about embodying it. It's about creating a life that feels aligned with who we are, that honors our purpose, and that celebrates the simple, beautiful moments of existence. Joy is present when we are connected to our values, when we show up authentically in the world, and when we allow ourselves to be present in the flow of life. 6. Conclusion. The art of allowing joy. So, does chasing joy directly lead to winning at life? The answer lies in the balance between desire and surrender. The more we focus on joy as an internal experience, something that arises when we live authentically, the more it will naturally come to us. Chasing joy directly may seem like the way to win, but the true path to a fulfilling life is about allowing joy to find us through our alignment with our purpose and our willingness to embrace life fully. Rather than chasing joy as a distant prize, we can cultivate it by living in accordance with our truth, by practicing gratitude, and by being present in each moment. When we stop chasing and start allowing, we find that joy is not a prize to win, but a way of being that we can embody every day. Chapter 9. The people with the most joy. Historical, spiritual, and everyday examples of the most joyful people. Throughout history, across cultures, and in our everyday lives, certain individuals seem to embody joy in a way that transcends ordinary experiences. These are the people who radiate happiness and peace, whose lives seem to reflect a deep connection to the essence of joy. In this chapter, we will explore the examples of those who have most fully embodied joy, from historical figures to spiritual leaders, and even everyday individuals who live with a sense of boundless joy. Their lives offer us glimpses into what it means to truly live with joy, regardless of circumstances. 1. Historical figures who embodied joy. Some of history's most influential figures have demonstrated profound joy, not through their possessions or external circumstances, but through their attitude toward life. These individuals found joy in service, in their connection to others, and in their unwavering commitment to their purpose. Leonardo da Vinci, known for his genius in art, science, and innovation, Da Vinci was a man whose joy emanated from his insatiable curiosity and sense of wonder. His ability to find beauty and meaning in both the natural world and human creativity suggests that true joy lies in the pursuit of knowledge and the exploration of one's passions. Mahatma Gandhi. Gandhi's joy came not from material success or external rewards but from his deep sense of peace and commitment to non-violence. Even in the face of immense personal hardship and a life devoted to fighting for justice, Gandhi's joy was rooted in his inner freedom, his belief in truth, and his ability to remain calm in turbulent times. Marie Curie. The pioneering scientist's joy was tied to her relentless pursuit of knowledge and her commitment to improving the world through her work in physics and chemistry. Her passion for discovery and her drive to serve humanity were clear expressions of how joy can be found in the pursuit of purpose, even in the face of hardship and loss. To spiritual teachers and mystics throughout spiritual traditions, there are countless examples of individuals who have transcended the suffering of the world to live in a state of unshakable joy. These spiritual masters offer insights into the connection between joy and spiritual awakening. The Buddha. Siddhartha Gautama, the Buddha, is one of the most profound examples of someone who found joy beyond the material world. His teachings emphasize that true joy comes from transcending attachment and desire, embracing mindfulness, and finding peace in the present moment. The Buddha's joy was rooted in his enlightenment and his deep understanding of the impermanence of all things. Rumi, the 13th-century Persian poet and mystic, is an embodiment of joy through his spiritual wisdom. Rumi's ecstatic poetry captures the soul's longing for union with the divine and the ecstatic joy that comes from surrendering to love. His life was an example of finding joy in the mystery of life and the deep connection between the self and the universe. Mother Teresa. Known for her work with the poorest of the poor in Calcutta, Mother Teresa radiated joy in the midst of suffering. Her joy came from her unconditional love and selfless service to others. She often spoke of how giving love to others brought her the deepest sense of fulfillment, showing that joy can be found in compassion and service. 3 everyday people living with joy. While historical and spiritual figures offer grand examples of joy, the most joyful people are often those around us in our everyday lives. These individuals may not be famous or have achieved extraordinary feats, but their ability to live in joy can offer the most immediate and relatable lessons. The elderly woman who smiles at strangers. Imagine an elderly woman who spends her days volunteering at a local shelter, offering a warm smile and a kind word to anyone she meets. Despite the challenges of aging and personal loss, she radiates a quiet joy that comes from her love for people and her sense of purpose. Her joy is simple, grounded in the present moment, and focused on the small acts of kindness she can give. The community leader who finds joy in helping others. Consider a community leader who works tirelessly to support their neighborhood, whether through organizing events, offering support to the needy, or advocating for change. Their joy stems not from recognition or reward but from the deep fulfillment that comes from knowing they are making a tangible difference in the lives of others. Their joy is rooted in purpose, in service, and in seeing the positive impact of their actions. The parent who enjoys the present moment with their child. A joyful parent is someone who can find joy in the simple act of spending time with their child, in the laughter, in the moments of connection, and in the wonder of seeing the world through a child's eyes. Their joy is not dependent on external circumstances but on their ability to be present and fully engaged in the love they share. For the common thread, joy is an inner state. What these historical, spiritual, and everyday examples share is that their joy is not contingent on external circumstances but on their inner state of being. The most joyful people live with a sense of purpose, presence, and connection. Whether through service to others, a deep spiritual connection, or simply finding peace in the present moment, their joy emanates from within. In each of these examples, joy is not something that is chased or acquired, it is something that naturally arises when a person is aligned with their true self and their values. They find joy not by seeking it directly but by living authentically, staying connected to their purpose, and embracing the present moment with love and openness. 5. The power of joy to inspire others. One of the most beautiful aspects of joy is its ability to inspire others. The people who radiate joy, whether in their personal lives or in their contributions to society, create a ripple effect that touches everyone around them. When we encounter someone living with joy, it reminds us of the possibility that joy can exist within us, regardless of our external circumstances. The joy of others serves as a mirror, reflecting our own potential for happiness and fulfillment. Conclusion: lessons from the joyful. The people with the most joy, whether they are historical figures, spiritual masters, or everyday heroes, teach us that joy is not an external accomplishment but an inner state that can be cultivated through purpose, presence, and connection. Their lives remind us that joy is not a destination to be reached but a way of being, a way of living that allows us to experience life to its fullest. By aligning ourselves with our true selves, embracing the present moment, and serving others with love, we too can embody the most profound joy. What they have in common. The people with the most joy, whether they are historical figures, spiritual masters, or everyday individuals, share key traits that transcend their external circumstances. These common threads not only define their extraordinary joy but also provide a roadmap for us to cultivate and experience joy in our own lives. While their paths may be unique, the essence of what makes them joyful is deeply interconnected. Here are the essential qualities they share. 1. Deep connection to purpose. At the heart of their joy is a profound sense of purpose. These individuals understand that joy isn't found in fleeting pleasures or external accolades, but in the pursuit of something greater than themselves. Whether it's the scientific discovery of Marie Curie, the service of Mother Teresa, or the poetic wisdom of Rumi, they are driven by an inner calling that aligns with their values and passions. Their joy emerges from knowing they are living in alignment with their deeper purpose, whether that purpose is a mission, a personal cause, or a quest for knowledge. 2. Presence in the moment. One of the most consistent qualities of joyful individuals is their ability to be fully present in the here and now. They are not bogged down by regrets from the past or anxieties about the future. Instead, they embrace the present moment with open-heartedness and awareness. This presence is not passive but active, a mindful engagement with life, with others, and with their inner selves. Their joy isn't dependent on circumstances, but on their ability to experience life fully, in each moment. 3. Selflessness and service to others. Another commonality among the most joyful people is their commitment to serving others. Whether it's Gandhi's dedication to justice, Mother Teresa's devotion to the poor, or everyday people making a difference in their communities, joy often arises from selflessness. They find fulfillment in giving, not for personal gain but as a natural extension of their love and compassion for others. This selfless service creates a deep sense of connection to humanity, fostering joy not only within themselves but also in the lives of those they touch. 4. Resilience in the face of adversity. Despite the challenges and hardships they may have faced, the most joyful people show remarkable resilience. They do not shy away from pain or suffering, but rather, they find strength in it. Joy for them isn't the absence of hardship but the ability to navigate through it with grace and hope. They understand that life's trials are often the very things that teach us how to grow, how to love, and how to find deeper meaning. Their resilience is a key factor in their lasting joy, as they see every difficulty as an opportunity to deepen their connection to life and to themselves. 5. Gratitude and acceptance. Gratitude is another central element in the lives of the most joyful individuals. They have a deep appreciation for what they have, even in moments of struggle. They focus on what is working, on the beauty that exists around them, and on the small moments of grace that often go unnoticed. Acceptance of life as it is without constant striving or resistance allows them to be at peace, no matter what is happening. Their joy stems from an unwavering ability to accept life's ebb and flow, knowing that everything is part of a larger, harmonious picture. 6. Inner peace and stillness. A sense of inner peace pervades the lives of the most joyful people. This inner peace is not the absence of external noise or disturbance, but the ability to maintain calmness and tranquility within, no matter what is happening around them. Their joy flows from this inner stillness, a place where they are no longer tossed around by external circumstances or internal turmoil. This peace is rooted in their spiritual practices, their acceptance of themselves, and their connection to the present moment. 7. A sense of connection to something greater. Whether it's a divine force, the universe, humanity, or nature, the most joyful people often feel deeply connected to something greater than themselves. This connection provides them with a sense of belonging, purpose, and fulfillment. It allows them to see beyond their individual needs and desires and tap into a deeper sense of unity and harmony with the world. This sense of belonging to something larger gives them perspective, calm, and a source of joy that is constant, even when personal circumstances are challenging. 8. Embracing the fullness of life. Joyful individuals understand that life isn't about avoiding discomfort or pain but about embracing the full spectrum of human experience. They accept that joy and sorrow are two sides of the same coin, and one cannot exist without the other. Their ability to fully embrace the highs and lows of life allows them to live authentically and deeply. They don't shy away from emotions, challenges, or setbacks. Instead, they integrate them into their larger experience of life, always learning and growing from each moment. 9. Openness to growth and transformation. The most joyful people are continuously evolving, learning, and growing. They remain open to change, transformation, and self-discovery. Whether through their spiritual practices, intellectual pursuits, or personal relationships, they never stop growing. They embrace the process of becoming, knowing that it is in the ongoing transformation of the self that deeper joy is found. Their growth mindset allows them to see challenges as opportunities, setbacks as lessons, and life as a journey of constant unfolding. 10. An abundance mindset. Joyful individuals operate from a place of abundance rather than scarcity. They recognize the infinite possibilities available to them, and they understand that there is always enough love, enough opportunity, enough joy. This mindset allows them to live freely and fully, without the constant need to hoard, compete, or fear loss. They trust that the universe provides, and that their joy is a limitless resource that can grow and expand with every action they take. Conclusion: the common thread of joy. What these people have in common is not necessarily extraordinary circumstances, but extraordinary ways of being. They live with purpose, presence, and service to others. They have cultivated a deep sense of resilience, gratitude, and inner peace. Their joy is not tied to external validation but arises naturally from within, nurtured by their connection to themselves, to others, and to something greater than themselves. They show us that joy is not a destination to be reached but a way of living, a way of being fully alive, fully engaged, and fully present in each moment. Their example is a powerful reminder that joy is available to all of us, if we are willing to embrace it and cultivate it in our own lives. What can be learned from them? The most joyful individuals, whether they are historical figures, spiritual leaders, or everyday people, offer powerful lessons on how to live with greater joy and fulfillment. Their lives are not defined by luck or circumstance alone, but by the principles and practices they embraced that allowed joy to flow naturally in their lives. By looking closely at their examples, we can uncover insights that can help us cultivate our own joy, no matter where we are starting from. Here are some key lessons we can learn from the people with the most joy. 1. Joy is an inside job. One of the most important lessons these individuals teach us is that joy doesn't come from external sources, it arises from within. While the world around them may have been imperfect, challenging, or even painful, their inner state was rooted in peace, purpose, and acceptance. This teaches us that no matter what external circumstances we face, we always have the power to cultivate inner joy by focusing on our thoughts, emotions, and mindset. True joy is not dependent on achieving a particular goal or acquiring a specific material possession, it is the result of how we approach and engage with life. 2. Purpose drives joy. The people with the most joy are often those who live in alignment with their purpose, mission, or values. Their lives are guided by a deep sense of calling, whether it's a spiritual mission, a creative endeavor, or a commitment to social justice. The clarity of purpose gives them direction and meaning, and it's this sense of meaning that fuels their joy. We can learn from them the importance of finding our own purpose, aligning our actions with it, and pursuing it with dedication and passion. Purpose serves as the foundation upon which lasting joy is built. 3. Embrace life fully. Even the challenges. Another valuable lesson from these individuals is their ability to embrace the full spectrum of life, both the joys and the struggles. They don't shy away from discomfort or hardship, instead, they see challenges as opportunities for growth. Whether it's dealing with personal loss, facing societal obstacles, or confronting their own limitations, they meet hardship with resilience and grace. We can learn from them that true joy doesn't mean avoiding difficulties, but rather, growing through them. It's in embracing the full richness of life, both the highs and lows, that we can discover the depth of our joy. 4. Service to others amplifies joy. One of the most striking qualities of joyful individuals is their commitment to serving others. They understand that joy is not just about personal fulfillment but also about making a positive impact on the world around them. Whether through acts of kindness, sharing knowledge, or standing up for justice, their service to others creates a ripple effect of joy that extends beyond their own lives. We can learn from them that joy is magnified when we share it with others. When we act selflessly and contribute to the well-being of others, we enrich our own experience of joy. 5. The power of presence. Joyful individuals live in the moment. They aren't weighed down by regrets about the past or anxious about the future. They engage fully in the present, appreciating each moment as it comes. This presence allows them to savor life, find meaning in the small things, and experience joy in even the most ordinary moments. We can learn from them the importance of practicing mindfulness, staying present, and appreciating what is happening right now. This doesn't mean ignoring the past or the future, but rather learning how to live fully in the present moment, where joy resides. 6. Resilience is key. The most joyful people don't live perfect, trouble-free lives. They face adversity, loss, and pain just like anyone else, but they possess an incredible resilience that allows them to bounce back stronger. Rather than becoming disillusioned or bitter, they use their struggles as stepping stones to greater joy and wisdom. We can learn from them that resilience is not about avoiding pain, but about facing it with courage and transforming it into an opportunity for personal growth. Resilience is a crucial skill in the journey toward lasting joy. 7. Gratitude transforms everything. Gratitude is a central practice in the lives of the most joyful people. They take time to appreciate what they have, no matter how small, and they express gratitude for even the most challenging experiences. This mindset transforms their perception of life and magnifies their joy. We can learn from them that cultivating an attitude of gratitude is one of the most powerful tools for increasing joy. It shifts our focus from what we lack to what we have, creating a sense of abundance and satisfaction. 8. Inner peace fuels outer joy. These individuals often radiate an inner peace that is unwavering, no matter the chaos around them. Their peace comes from self-acceptance, spiritual practice, and a deep sense of trust in life. It is this inner peace that serves as the foundation for their joy. We can learn from them that true joy doesn't come from external success or the absence of problems, but from cultivating peace within ourselves. When we achieve inner peace, joy naturally follows, regardless of the external circumstances. 9. Joy is a choice. While life can be unpredictable and challenging, the people with the most joy teach us that joy is a choice. They may not be able to control what happens to them, but they can choose how they respond. They choose to focus on the positive, to seek joy even in the darkest moments, and to let go of the things that drain their energy. We can learn from them that, no matter the situation, we always have the power to choose joy. It's a choice to embrace life with an open heart, to choose love over fear, and to seek beauty in every experience. 10. Constant growth and openness. The most joyful people are always evolving. They never stop learning, growing, and expanding their horizons. Whether through spiritual practices, personal development, or simply learning from their experiences, they embrace the journey of self-discovery and transformation. We can learn from them that joy is not a destination but an ongoing process. It's about continuously evolving, being open to change, and seeking new ways to deepen our connection to life, love, and the world around us. Conclusion. The lessons for us all. The people with the most joy teach us that joy is not something we find by chasing external achievements or waiting for perfect circumstances. It is something we cultivate from within, through our choices, mindset, and actions. They show us that joy is found in living with purpose, embracing life fully, serving others, and practicing gratitude. They remind us that joy is a resilient force that can withstand hardship, and that it grows through our ability to remain present, peaceful, and open to growth. By learning from their examples, we can begin to cultivate more joy in our own lives, no matter where we start from or what challenges we face. Chapter 10: What makes joy grow in someone's life? Key habits, mindsets, and choices that expand joy. Joy doesn't simply appear by chance, it grows and deepens through specific habits, mindsets, and conscious choices. While the conditions for joy might be different for each individual, there are universal practices and approaches that, when embraced, can cultivate and expand joy in one's life. In this chapter, we explore the key factors that contribute to the growth of joy and how we can integrate them into our daily lives. 1. Gratitude. The foundation for joy. Gratitude is often referred to as the gateway to joy. When we actively practice gratitude, we shift our focus away from what's lacking or going wrong in our lives, and instead, we begin to appreciate what's already present. The simple act of acknowledging the blessings, big or small, that we experience daily can create a profound shift in our perception of the world. This shift leads to an expanded sense of contentment and joy. By making gratitude a regular habit, whether through journaling, verbal expressions, or mindful moments of appreciation, we allow joy to take root and flourish in our lives. 2. Cultivating presence. Living in the now. Joy thrives when we fully embrace the present moment. This means letting go of regrets about the past and anxieties about the future and choosing to engage fully in what is happening right now. Mindfulness practices, such as meditation, breathing exercises, or simply paying attention to our surroundings, can help us stay present and aware. When we are present, we open ourselves up to experiencing the richness of life as it unfolds, allowing joy to be felt in its purest form. Cultivating presence helps us tune into the beauty of everyday experiences, from a conversation with a friend to a walk in nature. 3. Purpose. Aligning with what matters most. Joy flourishes when we are living in alignment with our values, passions, and purpose. When we connect with what truly matters to us, it creates a sense of fulfillment and meaning that fuels our joy. Purpose doesn't have to be some grand, world-changing mission. Often, it's simply the smaller, daily actions that align with our deeper desires and principles. Whether it's through creative expression, helping others, or pursuing a career or hobby that we are passionate about, living with purpose infuses our lives with energy and joy. The key is to identify what resonates with us on a soul-deep level and make choices that support it. 4. Self-compassion. Nurturing ourselves. Many people unknowingly block their own joy by being overly critical or harsh with themselves. Negative self-talk, perfectionism, and unrealistic expectations can create an internal environment that stifles joy. On the other hand, self-compassion is a powerful practice for cultivating joy. When we treat ourselves with kindness, understanding, and acceptance, we create a space where joy can grow freely. By allowing ourselves to be human, to make mistakes, to not have all the answers, and to celebrate our progress, joy naturally expands. Self-compassion allows us to embrace our imperfections without judgment, which is essential for fostering lasting joy. 5. Connection. Building deep relationships. Human connection is one of the greatest sources of joy. Meaningful relationships, whether with family, friends, or community, provide support, love, and shared experiences that enhance our sense of happiness. The act of connecting with others in an authentic and vulnerable way creates an emotional bond that can bring joy into our lives. Deep conversations, shared laughter, and mutual support strengthen our sense of belonging and help us navigate life's challenges. By prioritizing connection, whether through spending quality time with loved ones or seeking out new friendships, we open ourselves to the joy that comes from genuine human interaction. 6. Letting go of fear. Opening up to possibility. Fear can be a major block to joy. Whether it's fear of failure, rejection, or the unknown, fear holds us back from living fully. One of the most powerful ways to expand joy in our lives is to let go of fear and embrace the unknown. This doesn't mean acting recklessly, but rather, allowing ourselves to take risks, try new things, and move beyond our comfort zones. When we release fear, we create space for joy to enter. It's in those moments of vulnerability and openness, whether it's trying something new, expressing our feelings, or stepping into unfamiliar situations, that joy often arises. The more we practice moving past fear, the more joy can flow into our lives. 7. Acts of kindness. Spreading joy to others. Joy grows exponentially when we share it with others. Acts of kindness, whether big or small, not only benefit those around us, but they also deepen our own experience of joy. Helping others, whether through volunteering, offering support, or simply lending a listening ear, creates a sense of connection and fulfillment that nurtures joy. These acts also remind us that joy is not a finite resource, it is something that multiplies when shared. By making kindness a habit in our daily lives, we contribute to a cycle of joy that benefits both us and the people we interact with. 8. Playfulness, embracing lightness and fun. Joy often arises from playfulness, the ability to approach life with a sense of lightness, curiosity, and fun. Play allows us to tap into our creativity, spontaneity, and inner child, all of which are essential ingredients for joy. Whether it's through laughter, games, creative pursuits, or simply finding joy in the absurdity of life, embracing playfulness brings us into contact with the lighter side of existence. Playfulness also helps us to let go of stress and rigidity, creating an environment where joy can flourish naturally. By allowing ourselves to engage in playful activities, we infuse our lives with a sense of joy that is both refreshing and liberating. 9. Embracing change, adapting and evolving. Life is constantly changing, and our ability to adapt to these changes is essential for the growth of joy. Resisting change often leads to frustration, fear, and stagnation, which can block joy from entering. Instead, embracing change allows us to flow with the rhythms of life and experience the joy that comes with transformation. Change brings new opportunities, perspectives, and experiences, all of which can contribute to the expansion of joy. By being open to change and approaching it with a mindset of curiosity and excitement, we open ourselves up to deeper and more profound joy. 10. Positive self-talk, shifting mental patterns. The way we speak to ourselves plays a significant role in our experience of joy. Negative thought patterns, such as self-doubt, criticism, or perfectionism, can suppress joy, while positive self-talk and affirmations can help cultivate it. By consciously shifting our thoughts toward positivity, encouragement, and self-love, we begin to create an inner environment that supports joy. Practicing positive self-talk helps us to reframe challenges, overcome limiting beliefs, and affirm our worth, all of which expand joy in our lives. The more we practice shifting our internal dialogue, the more joy we invite into our experience. Conclusion: the growth of joy is a lifelong journey. Cultivating joy is not a one-time event, it is an ongoing process of nurturing and growth. By practicing gratitude, embracing the present, living with purpose, nurturing self-compassion, and building meaningful connections, we create the conditions for joy to flourish. Each of these practices works in harmony to expand joy, both within ourselves and in the world around us. The journey of growing joy is lifelong, and it requires consistent effort and dedication. But with each choice we make to nurture joy, we move closer to living a life that is rich with meaning, fulfillment, and love. The balance between letting joy happen versus cultivating it. One of the most intriguing aspects of joy is the delicate balance between allowing it to unfold naturally and actively cultivating it in our lives. Joy is often described as something that can appear unexpectedly, like a spark that ignites from within. Yet, it is also something we can nurture, nourish, and grow through intentional practices and choices. The question becomes, how do we navigate the space between letting joy happen spontaneously and actively seeking to cultivate it? Letting joy happen, the role of surrender at its core. Joy is a natural state of being, one that can arise without effort, without expectations, and without striving. Sometimes, the most profound experiences of joy happen when we least expect them, in moments of surprise, awe, or deep connection. These moments often occur when we surrender to the flow of life and let go of the need to control or force things into being. When we let joy happen, we step into a state of openness and receptivity. This approach invites joy to arrive in its own time, often in the form of unexpected blessings, connections, or experiences. There's a certain lightness in this surrender, a sense of freedom that allows us to experience joy without resistance or attachment. By practicing mindfulness, acceptance, and presence, we open ourselves up to the natural unfolding of joy. However, letting joy happen is not about passively waiting for it to appear. It's about creating the space and environment where joy can arise effortlessly. In this sense, allowing joy to happen requires us to step away from constant striving or over-planning. It involves trusting that joy will come when the conditions are right, and sometimes those conditions are beyond our control. Letting joy happen means being receptive to its appearance, however, and whenever it chooses to show up. Cultivating joy, the power of intentional action. While joy can emerge spontaneously, it's also something that can be cultivated through conscious effort. Just as we tend to a garden by planting seeds, nurturing them, and providing the right conditions for growth, we can tend to joy by adopting specific practices, mindsets, and habits that encourage its development. Cultivating joy is an active process. It involves taking steps to nurture our emotional, mental, and physical well-being. Practices such as gratitude, mindfulness, self-compassion, and positive thinking can all play a role in increasing the presence of joy in our lives. These actions create the fertile ground in which joy can grow, helping us to make joy more consistent, predictable, and sustainable. When we cultivate joy, we intentionally make choices that prioritize our happiness, well-being, and fulfillment. This might include surrounding ourselves with positive influences, engaging in activities that bring us joy, setting boundaries, and finding meaning in everyday experiences. It's about taking responsibility for our own joy and actively working to build a life that reflects our deepest desires and values. The balance, flow and effort. The key to balancing the two approaches, letting joy happen and cultivating joy, lies in understanding the interplay between flow and effort. There are moments in life where joy naturally flows from within, arising from a sense of alignment, ease, and contentment. These moments are often when we feel most at peace, most connected to ourselves, and most in tune with the world around us. They remind us that joy is not something that can be forced or manufactured, it's something that arises when we are in flow with life. However, flow alone isn't always enough. Just as a garden requires both patience and effort to grow, joy also benefits from intentional action. The difference lies in the kind of effort we put forth. Rather than trying to force joy to appear or chasing it relentlessly, the effort involved in cultivating joy is about creating the right conditions for it to flourish. This might mean choosing to prioritize what brings us peace, choosing self-care practices, or engaging in activities that nourish our hearts and minds. The balance is about knowing when to surrender and allow joy to flow freely and when to engage in the effort of cultivating it. By cultivating a mindset that is open to both spontaneous joy and intentional growth, we allow joy to enter our lives more fully, in both planned and unplanned ways. The key is to strike a harmonious balance between active involvement in our own joy and the surrender required to let joy naturally manifest. Finding harmony in both approaches. The harmony between letting joy happen and cultivating it lies in understanding that both aspects are interconnected. Surrendering to joy's natural flow is not passive, it's about actively creating the space for joy to emerge. On the other hand, cultivating joy doesn't mean forcing or chasing after it, but rather aligning ourselves with the practices and mindsets that invite joy to grow. In the end, the dance between these two approaches is what makes joy so dynamic and powerful. Joy is not just a destination we strive for, but a living, breathing force that moves in and out of our lives. When we allow joy to flow freely, we trust that it will show up in its own time. When we cultivate joy, we take an active role in ensuring it grows and thrives, enriching our lives and the lives of others. Both approaches are essential to living a joyful life. By embracing the balance between letting joy happen and cultivating it, we create the conditions for joy to become a natural and sustained presence in our lives, leading us to deeper fulfillment, connection, and purpose. Long-term joy versus short-term bursts. Joy, like many aspects of life, can manifest in different forms and durations. Some experiences of joy are fleeting short-term bursts of happiness or pleasure that come and go in a matter of moments. Others are more enduring, a steady undercurrent that persists over time, even amidst life's challenges. Understanding the difference between these two types of joy, long-term joy and short-term bursts, can help us navigate our pursuit of happiness and fulfillment in a more intentional and balanced way. Short-term bursts of joy. The immediate pleasures. Short-term bursts of joy are often tied to external circumstances or immediate pleasures. These are the moments that bring us a sudden, intense feeling of happiness, excitement, or satisfaction. They might come from external sources like achieving a goal, receiving good news, eating something delicious, or spending time with loved ones. These bursts of joy are usually highly stimulating and can leave us feeling elated and energized for a brief period of time. While short-term bursts of joy can be incredibly uplifting, their effects are typically temporary. After the initial rush fades, we may find ourselves returning to our baseline state of being. The pleasure associated with these moments often dissipates as quickly as it arrived, leaving us seeking the next external experience or stimulus to recreate that feeling. While these bursts of joy have their place in life, they are often linked to external triggers, which means they can be somewhat unpredictable and fleeting. However, that doesn't mean these short-term bursts are unimportant. In fact, they can add flavor and excitement to life. They offer us moments of relief, celebration, and connection. They remind us of the joy that exists in the world and help us feel alive in the present moment. The key is recognizing that while these bursts are valuable, they shouldn't be the sole source of our joy. If we become overly reliant on them, we risk finding ourselves in a constant cycle of seeking the next high. Long-term joy, the sustained state of being. Long-term joy, on the other hand, is not dependent on fleeting circumstances or external validation. It is a more stable, enduring state of being that arises from an internal alignment with our values, purpose, and well-being. This form of joy is less about intense peaks of happiness and more about an ongoing sense of fulfillment, contentment, and peace. It is not as dramatic as the short-term bursts but is often more profound and lasting. Long-term joy comes from within. It is rooted in a deep sense of acceptance, gratitude, and connection to ourselves and the world around us. It is the joy that comes when we are aligned with our true purpose, when we feel a sense of inner peace, and when we have cultivated positive, supportive relationships. This type of joy persists even through difficulties, offering us resilience and the ability to navigate life's ups and downs with grace and optimism. One of the beautiful aspects of long-term joy is that it doesn't require constant external stimulation. It grows from the inside out, nurtured by practices like self-care, mindfulness, gratitude, and the pursuit of meaningful goals. Long-term joy is also often intertwined with a sense of acceptance and surrender, accepting life as it is while also creating the conditions for joy to thrive. Balancing the two, building a life of both. While long-term joy is deeply fulfilling, short-term bursts of joy have an important role to play in our lives as well. They offer us moments of excitement, celebration, and connection that bring color and joy to our everyday experiences. The trick is to embrace both types of joy without letting one overshadow the other. The key is balance. When we focus only on short-term bursts of joy, we may find ourselves constantly chasing after the next high, only to feel empty or unsatisfied once the moment fades. But when we cultivate long-term joy, we build a foundation of contentment that allows us to experience life's fleeting joys with more depth and appreciation. Instead of relying solely on external sources of happiness, we cultivate a deep well of inner joy that nourishes us, regardless of what life throws our way. One way to balance these two forms of joy is to be mindful of how we engage with the world around us. We can actively seek out experiences that bring us short-term bursts of joy, whether it's spending time with loved ones, exploring new hobbies, or enjoying simple pleasures, but we must also prioritize practices that nurture long-term joy. This might mean dedicating time for self-reflection, working toward long-term goals, practicing gratitude, and building a strong sense of self-worth. The enduring nature of long-term joy. What makes long-term joy so valuable is its resilience. Unlike short-term bursts, which are often fleeting and dependent on circumstances, long-term joy is an internal state that remains with us even during times of hardship. It is not easily shaken by external events, because it is deeply connected to our sense of purpose and inner peace. In fact, long-term joy often grows stronger through adversity. Challenges, loss, or suffering may temporarily diminish our joy, but they can also lead to deeper growth and understanding. As we learn to navigate hardship with grace, our capacity for joy expands, and we begin to realize that joy is not simply the absence of difficulty but the ability to remain anchored in our true self despite life's challenges. Integrating long-term and short-term joy. Ultimately, the most fulfilling life is one that integrates both long-term joy and short-term bursts. Long-term joy gives us a solid foundation, a steady undercurrent of peace, fulfillment, and meaning, while short-term bursts of joy add excitement, celebration, and moments of connection. Together, they create a balanced, dynamic experience of life, where we can appreciate the fleeting moments of joy while remaining rooted in a deep, lasting sense of happiness. By embracing both forms of joy, we can live a life that is rich with meaning and fulfillment, appreciating the joy that arises in both the grand and everyday moments of life. Chapter 11: The biggest key factors to joy, the essential ingredients of a joy-filled life. Achieving lasting joy doesn't come from one single action or moment, it's a combination of many interconnected elements that create the fertile ground in which joy can flourish. Understanding these key factors, these essential ingredients, can empower us to create a life that is rich in meaning, fulfillment, and happiness. While each person's journey to joy is unique, there are universal principles that play a crucial role in fostering a joy-filled life. 1. Self-awareness. Knowing yourself deeply. The foundation of joy begins with self-awareness. Knowing who you are, what you value, and what brings you peace is essential for cultivating joy. Self-awareness is the compass that helps guide you toward experiences and choices that align with your true nature. When you understand your core desires, strengths, and limitations, you can create a life that honors your authentic self. Without self-awareness, it's easy to chase external validation, conform to societal expectations, or make choices that leave us feeling unfulfilled. But when we are aware of our true self, joy becomes a natural outcome of living in alignment with our own values and needs. Cultivating this awareness often requires deep introspection, mindfulness, and an openness to understanding ourselves without judgment. 2. Connection. Building meaningful relationships. At the heart of joy is connection to others, to the world, and to a higher purpose. Human beings are inherently social creatures, and our relationships play a significant role in our overall sense of happiness. Meaningful relationships with friends, family, and loved ones provide us with a sense of belonging, support, and love, which are essential ingredients for joy. However, connection goes beyond just being around people. It's about cultivating relationships that nurture your spirit and allow you to be your true self. Healthy connections are rooted in trust, empathy, and mutual respect. They provide a safe space for us to share our joys and struggles, which deepens our sense of joy and fulfillment. Moreover, connection extends beyond human relationships. A deep connection with nature, with our environment, or with a sense of purpose can also fuel joy. Engaging with the world in a meaningful way, whether through nature, creativity, or contributing to something greater than ourselves, nurtures our soul and fosters lasting joy. 3. Gratitude. A mindset of appreciation. Gratitude is one of the most powerful tools we have for cultivating joy. When we actively practice gratitude, we train our minds to focus on the positive aspects of life, no matter how small. A mindset of gratitude shifts our perspective, helping us appreciate the present moment and find joy in the everyday. Rather than fixating on what we lack or what's going wrong, gratitude encourages us to recognize the abundance that already exists in our lives. It's a simple yet profound shift that can transform our entire outlook. Studies have shown that people who regularly practice gratitude are more likely to experience higher levels of joy, better mental health, and improved relationships. Gratitude helps us feel richer, even when material wealth is scarce, because it nurtures an inner sense of sufficiency and contentment. 4. Acceptance. Embracing life as it is. Acceptance is another essential ingredient for joy. It's easy to become frustrated or disheartened when life doesn't go as planned. Yet, joy is often found not in the avoidance of discomfort or the rejection of life's imperfections, but in our ability to accept things as they are. Acceptance doesn't mean resignation, it means embracing the present moment without judgment, and allowing things to unfold without resistance. When we resist life's natural flow, whether it's in relation to personal challenges, relationships, or circumstances, we create internal conflict, which blocks joy. But when we practice acceptance, we allow ourselves to feel peace and ease in any situation. Acceptance can be liberating, as it frees us from the pressure of constantly trying to control or fix things. It allows joy to arise naturally, because we no longer view the present moment as something to be fixed or changed. 5. Mindfulness. Being present. Mindfulness is the art of being fully present in each moment. In our fast-paced world, it's easy to get caught up in the past or the future, but true joy can only be found in the present. Mindfulness teaches us to slow down, pay attention to the here and now, and savor the small moments of life. When we are mindful, we open ourselves to a deeper experience of life. We notice the beauty around us, the feelings within us, and the connections with others in a more profound way. Mindfulness fosters joy by allowing us to be fully engaged with the world and ourselves, without distractions or judgments. It helps us let go of the need for external achievements to validate our worth, as we begin to find joy in simply being. 6. Purpose. Living in alignment with meaning. A deep sense of purpose is another key factor in cultivating lasting joy. When we have a clear sense of direction and meaning in our lives, we are more likely to experience fulfillment and happiness. Purpose gives us something to strive for, a reason to wake up every day and invest ourselves in our work, relationships, and personal growth. Joy is often a byproduct of pursuing a life that is in alignment with our values and passions. When we are aligned with a higher purpose, whether it's contributing to a cause, following our creative passions, or helping others, we experience a sense of fulfillment that transcends temporary pleasures. Purpose is not just about doing, but about being connected to something greater than ourselves. 7. Self-care. Nurturing the mind, body, and spirit. The importance of self-care cannot be overstated when it comes to joy. Our physical, mental, and emotional health directly impact our ability to experience joy. Taking care of ourselves through rest, proper nutrition, exercise, and emotional well-being is essential for maintaining a joyful life. When we neglect our needs or ignore our well-being, it becomes harder to access joy. But when we prioritize self-care, we give ourselves the energy, resilience, and emotional balance needed to experience joy fully. Self-care allows us to show up as our best selves, ready to engage with life in a way that nurtures our happiness and fulfillment. 8. Giving. The joy of service and contribution. Joy is also amplified when we give, whether it's through acts of kindness, service, or contributing to the well-being of others. Giving opens the heart and creates a sense of connection and shared humanity. Whether it's giving your time, resources, or love, the act of giving fosters a deep sense of fulfillment that enriches your own life as well as the lives of others. When we give without expectation of anything in return, we tap into a deeper well of joy. Giving expands our sense of purpose and connection, and it reminds us that joy is not just an individual pursuit but a collective experience. By sharing our blessings, we create an ecosystem of joy that ripples out into the world. The role of love, purpose, and inner alignment. At the core of lasting joy, three powerful forces come together to create an unshakable foundation: love, purpose, and inner alignment. These elements aren't just side factors, they are essential ingredients that support and fuel the expansion of joy in our lives. Each plays a unique role, and together they create a harmonious balance that allows us to experience profound fulfillment and a deeper sense of well-being. 1. Love, the fuel of joy. Love is, without a doubt, one of the most powerful forces driving joy. But love in its purest form goes beyond romantic affection or familial bonds. It is the universal force that connects us all. Love encompasses compassion, empathy, kindness, and unconditional acceptance. It's an energy that, when fully embraced, has the ability to heal, transform, and uplift. When love is present, joy flourishes. Love creates space for vulnerability, honesty, and emotional depth, enabling us to experience life with greater richness and meaning. It invites us to see the beauty in others and the world around us, fostering a sense of interconnectedness and unity. Moreover, love strengthens our capacity to feel joy by allowing us to open our hearts and minds, enriching our relationships and creating lasting bonds of support. The role of love is foundational to joy because love acts as both the source and the sustainer of our happiness. It provides the emotional foundation that we build our joy upon, allowing us to be our most authentic selves. Love also enables us to appreciate the preciousness of life, whether it's through the small acts of kindness we extend to others or the deeper emotional connections we form. 2. Purpose, the compass that directs joy. Purpose is another powerful force that plays an integral role in the cultivation of joy. Having a sense of purpose provides direction and meaning in life, helping us navigate the complexities and challenges of existence with clarity and resolve. When we feel connected to a purpose, whether it's through our work, our passions, our service to others, or a deeper spiritual mission, joy is naturally amplified. Purpose gives our lives structure, and it aligns our actions with something greater than ourselves. This sense of direction creates a deep sense of fulfillment, as we realize that we are contributing to a larger picture or vision. When we are living in alignment with our purpose, we feel motivated, energized, and deeply engaged in the present moment. This sense of meaning becomes a powerful driver for joy because it ties our experiences to something that transcends the ordinary. Importantly, purpose doesn't have to be grand or world-changing. It can be as simple as living authentically, creating a loving home, or pursuing a personal passion. The joy that comes from purpose arises not necessarily from the outcome but from the journey itself, the feeling of alignment with our own values, desires, and passions. 3. Inner alignment, harmony between who you are and how you live. Inner alignment is the harmony between our internal world and the way we show up in the external world. It is the alignment of our values, desires, and actions. When we are in alignment with ourselves, there is a profound sense of peace and joy that emanates from within. This alignment allows us to live authentically, without compromising who we are to meet external expectations or pressures. When we live in inner alignment, our choices, behaviors, and emotions reflect our true selves. This is where joy thrives because it's rooted in authenticity. When we align with our purpose, love, and core values, we feel a deep sense of integrity and self-acceptance. This alignment frees us from the internal conflict that often leads to anxiety, frustration, and dissatisfaction. Inner alignment is about understanding what truly matters to you and ensuring that your life reflects that understanding. It's about listening to your intuition, making decisions that resonate with your heart, and taking actions that support your well-being. When you are aligned with your inner truth, joy becomes a natural consequence, because you are no longer fighting against yourself or living out of sync with your desires. How love, purpose, and inner alignment work together. When love, purpose, and inner alignment are present in our lives, they create a symbiotic relationship that amplifies joy. Love nurtures us, giving us the emotional foundation needed to fully embrace our purpose. Purpose gives our lives meaning, driving us to act in ways that align with our values and passions. And inner alignment ensures that we are living authentically, so that joy can emerge from a place of truth and self-acceptance. Together, these forces create a life that is rich with satisfaction, peace, and fulfillment. When you operate from a place of love, you are more likely to discover and live out your purpose. When you live with purpose, you feel more aligned with your inner truth. And when you are aligned within yourself, love naturally flows to those around you. This interconnectedness creates a life where joy isn't just a fleeting experience, it becomes a lasting, steady presence that continues to expand and grow. Conclusion: the synergy of joy. Ultimately, love, purpose, and inner alignment are the pillars upon which lasting joy is built. Each one is essential to cultivating a life that is meaningful, authentic, and full of happiness. The synergy between these elements allows joy to blossom in ways that are deep, enduring, and transformative. By nurturing love, connecting with your purpose, and living in inner alignment, you create an environment in which joy can naturally arise and flourish, bringing fulfillment to every aspect of your life. Joy is a practice, a homecoming, and a choice. Joy is not merely a fleeting emotion or a distant destination. It is a practice, a homecoming, and a choice. These three elements combine to make joy an active, intentional force that we can cultivate and return to, even in the midst of life's challenges. Understanding joy in these ways opens up the possibility to experience it more fully and consistently, regardless of external circumstances. 1. Joy is a practice at its core. Joy is something we can practice, just as we practice any skill or habit. Like mindfulness, gratitude, or any other meaningful endeavor, joy requires attention, intention, and repetition. It's easy to overlook joy in our busy lives or to mistake it for fleeting moments of pleasure, but cultivating joy involves conscious effort. It's a way of orienting yourself to life, focusing on the good, and intentionally creating space for happiness. Practicing joy doesn't mean forcing happiness or ignoring the inevitable difficulties that come with life. Rather, it's about training the mind and heart to recognize and amplify the moments of joy that already exist, even in the smallest things. It's about shifting your perspective, developing habits that support well-being, and choosing to engage in activities and thoughts that nourish your spirit. Joy can be practiced in numerous ways through meditation, affirmations, spending time in nature, engaging in creative activities, or simply pausing to appreciate the present moment. The more consistently we practice joy, the more it becomes a natural part of our experience. Just as we train our muscles through exercise, we train our emotional and mental faculties to embrace joy. 2. Joy is a homecoming. Joy is also a homecoming, a return to our true selves. In the hustle and bustle of life, it's easy to lose sight of the innate joy that resides within us. External pressures, societal expectations, and the noise of daily life can distract us from the deep well of contentment and peace that is always accessible within us. But joy, in its truest form, is a homecoming to the place where we are most ourselves, most aligned with our essence, and most at peace. This homecoming is not about escaping the world, rather, it's about coming back to a state of inner peace and happiness that we may have temporarily forgotten. It's a return to the understanding that joy is not something that needs to be achieved or earned, but something that already resides within us. When we reconnect with this internal joy, we feel grounded, present, and whole. It's not about seeking joy in external accomplishments or possessions. It's about remembering and rediscovering the joy that is always available within us, no matter what is happening in our lives. This return to joy allows us to navigate the ups and downs of life with resilience, knowing that no matter what happens, joy is always within reach. 3. Joy is a choice. Finally, joy is a choice. While we may not always be able to control the circumstances of our lives, we can always choose how we respond to them. Choosing joy doesn't mean ignoring pain or pretending everything is perfect. It means deciding to embrace joy even in the midst of difficulty. It's about making the conscious decision to look for the good, to find beauty in the small moments, and to engage in practices that support our well-being. Choosing joy is about acknowledging that we have the power to shift our mindset and perspective. Even when life doesn't go according to plan, we can choose to focus on what we can control: our thoughts, our actions, and our emotions. We can choose to cultivate gratitude, to engage with love, and to seek peace within ourselves. This choice doesn't always come easily, and it may take time and effort, but it's one of the most powerful things we can do. By consistently choosing joy, we rewire our brains and our hearts to prioritize joy as our default state. Over time, this practice becomes second nature, and joy becomes a consistent presence in our lives, regardless of what is happening around us. The power of joy as practice, homecoming, and choice. When we view joy as a practice, a homecoming, and a choice, it becomes something we actively create and nurture, rather than something that happens to us by chance. We begin to understand that joy isn't something external to be pursued, but an internal state that can be accessed at any moment. We also realize that joy is not a destination. It is a continuous journey that we can return to again and again. By embracing joy as a practice, we cultivate habits that invite it into our lives. By seeing joy as a homecoming, we reconnect with our authentic selves and tap into the peace and happiness that are already within us. And by choosing joy, we take ownership of our emotional well-being, creating a life that is rich with meaning, fulfillment, and contentment. Ultimately, joy is not a passive experience, but an active force that we can shape and bring to life at any moment. It's a practice, a return to our truest self, and a conscious decision to embrace happiness, regardless of the circumstances. When we approach joy in this way, we begin to see it not as something rare or fleeting, but as a natural and lasting part of who we are. Conclusion: what would life be like if joy was the default? Imagine a world where joy wasn't the exception but the rule, where it wasn't something you had to chase, earn, or wait for, but something you could tap into at any moment. What would life be like if joy were the default, available to everyone, all the time? If joy were the default, our lives would unfold with a sense of ease and flow. The challenges we face would still exist, but our ability to meet them would be fundamentally different. Instead of feeling overwhelmed by hardship or burdened by difficulties, we would respond with resilience and creativity, knowing that joy is never far away. Even in moments of struggle, we would remember that joy can be found not in avoiding pain, but in embracing it and allowing it to be part of our human experience. In this world, the choices we make would be guided by joy, not by fear, scarcity, or external pressures. We would make decisions based on what truly fulfills us, not what we feel we should do. We would prioritize connection over competition, kindness over judgment, and presence over perfection. Relationships would be deeper and more authentic, as joy nurtures understanding, patience, and compassion. We would see the beauty in ourselves and others, recognizing that joy is an inherent part of who we all are. Work, too, would be different. Rather than pursuing goals for the sake of validation or external rewards, we would engage in our work because it brings us joy, because it aligns with our passions and purpose. Productivity would no longer be driven by stress or burnout, but by a natural, sustainable energy that fuels creativity and innovation. Work would feel less like a grind and more like a meaningful expression of our unique gifts. When joy is the default, time itself shifts. We would experience moments with more depth and presence, no longer rushing through life or waiting for a better tomorrow. Every interaction, every activity, every breath would be filled with a sense of appreciation for the richness of life. Joy would infuse the mundane, making every day feel like a celebration, no matter how simple or small. This default joy would also have a profound effect on our communities and the world at large. Instead of operating from a mindset of scarcity, competition, and division, we would collectively focus on abundance, cooperation, and collective well-being. The compassion and love that arise from a joyful mindset would lead to greater harmony and understanding, both on a personal level and on a global scale. Ultimately, if joy were the default, we would not need to search for happiness in external things or chase fleeting pleasures. We would be content and fulfilled in the knowledge that joy is a natural, intrinsic part of who we are. Life would no longer be about achieving joy, it would be about embracing and expressing the joy that is already within us. This doesn't mean that challenges and hardships would disappear. But it would mean that we approach them with a different lens, one that sees the potential for joy even in the darkest of times. We would learn to dance with life, instead of constantly resisting it, knowing that joy is always there, waiting for us to embrace it. What would life be like if joy was the default? It would be a life of depth, peace, connection, and fulfillment. It would be a life where we remember that joy is not a destination, but a way of being, a way of living fully, deeply, and authentically in every moment. And perhaps, just perhaps, when we make joy the default, we'll find that the world around us becomes a reflection of the joy we cultivate within ourselves. The call to action: making joy a living reality. As you reach the end of this book, you may find yourself feeling inspired, hopeful, or perhaps even a little overwhelmed by the vastness of joy's potential. But now comes the most important part: the call to action. It's not enough to simply read about joy or understand its concepts. Joy must be made real, here and now, in our everyday lives. Making joy a living reality starts with you. It begins with the simple but profound decision to choose joy in every moment, regardless of circumstances. This isn't about forcing happiness or pretending everything is perfect, it's about embracing joy as your natural state, recognizing it as a force that is always accessible, even when life feels heavy. Start by cultivating awareness. The first step in making joy a living reality is becoming aware of it. Notice the small moments of joy in your day, whether it's the warmth of sunlight on your skin, the laughter of a friend, or the satisfaction of a job well done. These fleeting moments, when gathered together, create the foundation for a joyful life. Practice mindfulness and presence, and see how joy can exist alongside challenges, waiting to be acknowledged. 2. Practice gratitude. Gratitude is one of the most powerful ways to bring joy into your life. By focusing on what you have rather than what you lack, you begin to shift your mindset from scarcity to abundance. Start a daily gratitude practice, even if it's just a few moments before bed. Reflect on what brought you joy during the day, no matter how small, and express appreciation for it. This simple act will gradually change the way you view the world, helping you see the beauty in everything. 3. Choose joy. Even when it's hard, joy isn't always easy, and it's often in the most difficult moments that we must actively choose it. Life will continue to throw challenges your way, but by choosing joy even in the face of adversity, you begin to train your mind and heart to seek it in every situation. This doesn't mean ignoring your feelings or avoiding pain, it means allowing joy to coexist with the hard times, finding strength in knowing that joy is always there, ready to return when you are ready to receive it. 4. Align with your purpose. Joy grows exponentially when it is aligned with your purpose. Take the time to understand what brings you true fulfillment, whether it's your work, your relationships, or your creative expression. When you engage in activities that are in line with your authentic self, joy follows naturally. The more you align your actions with your deepest values, the more joy will grow in your life. 5. Surround yourself with joy. Joy is contagious. The people you spend time with, the environments you immerse yourself in, and the content you consume all have a profound impact on your energy. Choose to surround yourself with those who uplift you, inspire you, and celebrate life. Create spaces that nourish you, whether it's through beauty, nature, or comfort. Seek out experiences that bring you joy, whether they are quiet moments of solitude or moments of laughter with loved ones. 6. Let go of what blocks joy. Finally, to make joy a living reality, you must be willing to release what blocks it. This can mean letting go of old hurts, limiting beliefs, or attachments to things that no longer serve your highest good. The more you clear space in your heart and mind, the more joy can flow freely through you. Free yourself from the weight of resentment, fear, or doubt, and allow joy to become your default setting. 7. Share your joy with the world. Joy is a gift that multiplies when shared. As you make joy a living reality in your own life, share it with others. Be the person who radiates positivity, kindness, and warmth. Your joy will inspire those around you, creating a ripple effect that spreads far and wide. Whether it's through a kind word, a helping hand, or a genuine smile, you have the power to bring joy to others and in turn, amplify your own. Conclusion: joy is not a distant dream or a fleeting state reserved for the lucky few. It is a living, breathing reality that we all have the power to access. By making joy a conscious practice, a choice, and a way of being, you can transform your life and the world around you. You are the creator of your own joy, and with each small step you take, you bring that joy into existence. The world is waiting for your joy to shine. Embrace it fully, share it generously, and make it the guiding force of your life. When joy becomes your default, everything changes, not just for you, but for everyone you touch. The time is now to make joy a living reality. Will you answer the call? Final reflections: joy is the foundation of everything. As we close this journey into the nature of joy, it's important to pause and reflect on the profound truth that joy is the foundation of everything. It is not merely a fleeting emotion or a byproduct of external circumstances, it is the core from which all life flows. When you root yourself in joy, everything else begins to fall into place. Joy is the lens through which you experience the world, and through it, all things are made possible. It's not something that you need to chase or achieve, but rather something that you allow to be present, to expand, and to guide you. At its essence, joy is the most pure, powerful force within you. It transcends moments of fleeting happiness or pleasure, offering a deep, abiding sense of peace and fulfillment. It shapes your relationships, your purpose, your work, and your very sense of self. When joy becomes the foundation of your life, every action, every decision, every interaction becomes an expression of your true essence. In the end, the path to lasting happiness and fulfillment is not about seeking joy in external things or accomplishments. It's about returning to your truest nature, the part of you that has always known joy, the part that is never separated from it, no matter what the world may throw at you. When you allow joy to be the bedrock upon which you build your life, you unlock an endless source of energy, creativity, and love. You begin to see challenges not as obstacles, but as opportunities to deepen your connection to joy. You come to understand that joy is not something that needs to be earned, but rather something that is inherently yours, waiting for you to recognize and embrace it. So, as you continue your journey, remember this: joy is the foundation of everything. It is the ultimate purpose, the greatest gift, and the most powerful force you can access. By making joy your home, you bring meaning to everything you do and open the door to a life of boundless fulfillment. Let joy be your starting point, your guiding light, and your final destination. With joy as the foundation, you have the power to create a life that is not only deeply fulfilling for yourself, but also a beacon of light for others to find their own path to joy. Joy, truly, is everything.